Entering the ring is Class 1 of the Burks. Class 1 of the Burks entering the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get started this morning, I want to introduce our judge for the day. This is Mr. Will Hilty. He's from Mount Pleasant, Pennsylvania, where he grew up on a diversified livestock farm, exhibiting cattle and pigs throughout his 4-H years. He now owns and operates Hilty Show Pigs, which consists of 150 crossbred sows with his wife Callie, their daughters Kinley and Kenna, and their son Jack. In his free time, he enjoys spending time with his family and friends, attending livestock shows, and watching Steeler football. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Mr. Will Hilty, be our judge for the day and tonight for the Grand Drive. Thanks for being here. Second call for Class 2 of the Burks. Second call for Class 2 of the Burks. Second call. Last call for Class 2 of the Burks. Last call for Class 2 of the Burks. Andis is a proud sponsor of the National Western Stock Show. From clippers to education, Andis is here to support top-notch grooming and fitting for every champion. Let's celebrate the best in livestock and clipping excellence. Andis.
Well, good morning. Certainly excited to be with you at the National Western and have the privilege to do the first one here in a new facility. Got to see a little bit of that on the backside, and man, what an incredible venue! And as I saw this first class of Berkshires coming down the aisleway there, I knew we were going to start off in a really, really good way. And I think these two surfaced to the top pretty handily for me. The young man's got our class winner, I think, is just the one that's flawless in terms of his structure and build, his angle to his shoulder, his length to his hip, the way his rear foot hits the ground and he plants and drives off of his rear too, coupled with the fact that when you get on top of him, he's got more shape, he's got more roll to the midsection of his body. The other one would fit inside him, and he's still the sound, correct, good built one, allows him to go ahead and win this class and do so pretty handily. The one that comes in second, so good in terms of his forerib and the center portion of his body. He's a really, really fresh back barrel when I get right on top of him. The longer we ask him to drive, he becomes a notch more mechanical out of his hip and rear leg, not as tall at the point of his shoulder, not as elegant up front, but that's a really good one to go ahead and land in the two-hole. Young lady brings the one that comes out in three, and man, that's a tall-shouldered, good-looking one, particularly from blade forward. I love the stoutness to his head and the way his neck attaches to his body. He's the flattest of the initial trio right there in the midsection of his body, but more importantly for me, he's the shortest out of his hip and rump. As a result, he just wants to become too compromised in terms of his rear skeleton, but man, good skin and hair, good-looking from the side view profile, fit and presented to a T. The young lady does an awesome job. Big chested, round-bodied one comes next, unmatched in terms of spread, shape, and dimension up high. From hip forward, I really dig this one and can get excited about him. He's the most compromised in terms of his rear skeleton, particularly when you take him to his rear pastern to the ground. He wants to knuckle on his rear pastern. Rear feet need to be bigger. He's got to have more cushion to his lower joints. But, man, that's another one that's absolutely presented to a T out here. Really practical, good-built, functional one that comes next. Maybe just a little plainer in terms of his look ahead of his blade, a little looser there in his lower flank. One that comes next, a good outline, tall-shouldered one. He just needs more horsepower from end to end. He needs to be bolder. He needs to be wider. He just needs to have more meat and muscle in this particular setting. We continue to work through these. This one here just needs a little more look. Then we run into some balance and proportion issues, but an awesome class to start with. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 1 of the Berks. In 10th place, in 11th place, Devin Stanley. 10th place, Calla Higby. 9th went to Tatum Jingo. 8th, Holt Sims. 7th place. 6th place went to Brandon McDaniel. 5th place, Avery Mabry. 4th place, Dawson Deaver. 3rd place went to Sage Music. 2nd to Carson Reed, and the winner was Hunter Butler. In the ring is Class 2. Class 2 of the Berks in the ring at this time. First call for Class 3. First call for Class 3. First call for Class 3 of the Berks. Please report to the holding area. First call. John Deere is the official agriculture and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere. Second call for Class 3 of the Berks. Second call for Class 3 of the Berks. Last call for Class 3 of the Berks. Last call, Class 3 of the Berks. First call for the champion drive. First call for the champion drive of Berks. Be getting ready. First and seconds will be coming back in for Class 1, 2, and 3 for the champion drive.
Well, it didn't take long to shed the jacket out here. It's warm, but man, the pigs are good, and your blood gets pumping. And I think we've got another really good pair to work with here on the top end. Young lady there in the blue drives our class winner, and this one just proportions so well from the side view profile, the silhouette that this one paints from a distance. He's tall-shouldered, he's flat-backed, he's got the right kind of angulation off of both ends of his skeleton. He's the heavier bone, just heavier duty barrow that fits together more seamlessly, particularly as he ties to his ham-loin junction than the one that comes in two. Again, presented and fit to a T. My compliments to that young lady and her crew. The one that comes in two Could make an argument that he has an advantage in terms of just shape and muscle feeding out of the backside of his blade. He's a bear that's got tremendous shape to his loin edge. He's probably got more flair to just his hip and stifle than the bear directly ahead of him. He's shorter and steeper about his rump. He's a notch more round, if you will, in terms of his muscle pattern. Then I've got to just tweak him in terms of the way he wants to fit together at his ham-loin junction, but no denying that one from a power and freshness standpoint. He certainly does those things at a very, very high degree. One that comes next is one that, again, in terms of his skeletal quality, he surfaces to the top end of this class. I thought of the initial trio of barrows, he was the plainest from shoulder blade forward. He was the frailest, particularly in his forearm and front foot. But again, his mobility, his comfort level, his freshness, all those things work to his advantage out here today. One that comes in for tremendously big-ribbed, big-centered barrow. He's got as much just turn and depth to his midsection of his body as any of the initial barrows in this class. Awesome kind of shape and expression feeding out of the backside of his blade. He's just too short and steep out of his hip and rump and too compromised in terms of his rear skeleton. Hip forward, I dig that one. We've just got to redesign him from his hip back. Really fresh, well-presented one comes next. Gives you a good look from the side view profile. He's too narrow in his chest, knee, and front foot when he comes right at me. I've just got to fix him in the front part of his skeleton. We continue to work through these. I thought the young people brought us an awesome set. One here just needs to be sounder. And then again, we run into some balance and proportion issues. Great class. My compliments to those folks as they head back.
Attention in the barn, Neely Pritchard, J.C. Backman, and Taya Winden. Okay. Taya Winden and Neely Pritchard, your class is going in the ring. Results of class number 2 of the Berkshires. In 10th place, Emmeline Nelson. 9th place went to Holt Sims. 8th, Darian Vance. 7th place went to Cassidy Sanford. 6th, Colton Hermes. 5th place, Gabriel Hermes. 4th place, Anna Hanruddy. 3rd went to Nora Kirkpatrick. 2nd to Macy Zerbach, and the winner of Class 2 was Kylie Blem. In the ring now is Class 3. Class 3 is in the ring. We have second call for the champion drive. Second call for the champion drive. Last call for the champion drive. Last call for the champion drive. Need first and second out of Class 1 and Class 2. Report back to the holding area for the champion drive. Family, work, pets, land. Murdoch has you covered with jeans and boots, hardware and fencing, toys, tack, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com.
Well, I think another really good pair that surfaces, and I think within this pair, maybe hogs that complement each other. There's trade-offs between the two. I don't know if there's just a runaway winner, but as I step back and analyze them, there's just simply more to the bear that comes as our class winner. He's boulder-chested. He's rounder-bodied. When you get right on top of him, there's just so much more to him in terms of the amount of spread and dimension he's got. I'd like to make him longer hip, but I think that's a wash because you could say the same thing about the Barrow 2, even though he's got a little heated right here at the end. I think he uses his rear leg with more of a north and south fashion, keeps it inside of his body wall better than the Barrow that comes in second. As he drives there again, he's got a little more of an attitude problem, but I think that is the one that puts the most good together to go ahead and win this class. The one that comes in 2, I love just from a proportionality standpoint. I love the fact that he's a bear that's got some extra bone. He's elevated at the point of his shoulder. He's ideal in terms of his length of body. Him, like our class winner, is a little shorter out of his hip and rump, but unfortunately, the longer you ask this one to drive, he just wants to get too searchy and get too far outside of his body wall. And then when I get right on top of him, I just don't see as much of him as the class winner, but that's a good pair to go ahead and be 1 and 2. Young lady that comes next has another one that's absolutely maxed out in terms of spread and shape up high. He's a bear, though, that for me, he gets a little lower set up front. He gets a little rounder out of his hip. He kind of wants to duck his pins and camp his rear leg up underneath of himself, but certainly one you admire from just a bone and stoutness perspective. If we could lengthen his hip and make him more coordinated off of his rear too, there's no doubt that we could potentially talk about moving him up. Fresh, shapely, stout, all those things work to his advantage. Just got to redesign him a bit off of both ends of his skeleton. One that comes next reads a little longer bodied to me, and as a result, maybe doesn't proportion quite as well as the bears we've got ahead of him. He wants to flatten through the midsection of his body, but his comfort level, his athleticism, all those things work to his advantage and get him towards the top end here. Bear that comes next is one that you certainly admire in terms of balance and build. He's sound, he's athletic. He looks like a pig to me that maybe fighting weight or has been held at some point in his life, and just as a result, there's just not enough of him. He's too flat through his midsection. He needs more turn and roll to his loin edge when I get right up on top of him. But that's a beautiful looking bear from the side view profile. He's just got to be fresher out here today. We continue to work down. Man, I've been impressed by the depth of these Berkshires. Just got to tweak these in an area or two in terms of feet and legs, in terms of balance, but a good way to round out our Berkshire show. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement here in the arena. The people in these bleachers, soon as we're done with the Champion Drive of Berks, we're going to ask you to get out of the bleachers and move. There's a safety issue we got to fix. It'll fix just real quick, and then you'll be able to come back in and sit down. But we can't fix it while you're sitting there. So after the Berkshire Champion Drive, this set of bleachers over here to my left is going to need to be emptied so that they can fix the bleachers, and then you can come back in. Thank you very much. Results of class number 3, Berkshires. In 11th place, Braden Vile. 10th place, Braley Cooper. 9th place, Braden Satterwhite. 8th place, Hagen Smith. 7th place went to Brennan Parker. 6th place, Colton Fields. 5th place, Haley Melsness. In 4th place, Taya Winden. 3rd place, Neely Pritchard. And 2nd place was Banner Waldrop. Next in will be the Champion Drive. Champion Drive of Berks will be in next. Ladies and gentlemen, the Champion Drive. Champion Drive of the Berks. And then Chester's, it'll be just a bit because we need to fix the bleachers. So we're going to have to move people, get the bleachers fixed, and then get them back in. And I will call for you once we get that done. There's no reason to be waiting in here. Thank you.
Well, I think an excellent breed drive to start the morning off with as we get the three young people back out here. I think it's not easy to win a class anywhere, particularly at a show like the National Western Stock Show. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these three young people on that feat. Taking nothing away from the young man's heavyweight barrow, that one won a really competitive class. But for me, it comes down to the barrow in Class 1, the barrow in Class 2. I think from just a balance and proportionality standpoint, those two hogs just fit together so much better for me. I think as you just stand back and watch them come and go, one of them's maybe just a little more ready, particularly through the midsection of his body. I think that same barrow reads a little heavier boned when you study his arm and his front foot, still stays collected and comfortable out here. That's the young lady's barrow on the far side. That's your champion.
Champion Burke goes to Kylie Blam. Kylie Blam is your champion Burke.
We drop that second place barrow out here, and he jumps right into the mix of things. Just from a freshness and shape perspective of the three out here, you could make the argument that he's the freshest backed, shapeliest one coming out of the back of his blade. But again, as I step off to the side of him, there's just one that ties and fits together, uses his rear skeleton better than the others out here. Just stays so collected and so comfortable. He's maybe not quite there in terms of just being maxed out, but man, he suits me extremely well. Young man's lightweight barrow is going to be your reserve Berkshire.
Your reserve champion Burke is Hunter Butler. Hunter Butler is your reserve champion. Okay, ladies, yeah, thank you. We're going to have to clear out those bleachers for just a little bit till we get the situation fixed, and then we'll bring everybody back in. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just informed that we need to empty the entire building.
Not that out there, just this room.
Yeah, but the bleachers in front of us, you guys need to come out too. They're going to have to reset those. Thank you very much. What's that? I can't hear you. I haven't called any pigs. Yeah, take the pigs back to the pen. I told them don't come until I call.
Thank you all for your patience. We think the big set of bleachers is fine, but we want to make sure it's safe. So if you guys will head out, we'll let you back in just as quickly as we can. We appreciate your patience.
Test one, test, test. Test out in the barn. We're testing for sound. Testing for sound out in the barn. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Testing. Test 1, 2. Checking sound in the barn. Check 1, 2. Checking. Checking for sound. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Check. Checking for sound. Check 1, 2. Checking for sound. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Checking for sound. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Checking for sound in the barn. Check 1, 2. Check, check. Testing. Testing in the barn for sound. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Testing. Testing in the barn. Testing in the barn for sound. Test 1, 2. Test, test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing in the barn for sound. Test 1, 2. Testing in the barn for sound. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Testing in the barn for sound. Testing in the barn for sound. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Test 1, 2. We okay? Thank you.
swine exhibitors. We thank you all for your patience. We're getting closer to having this fixed. We are going to get it fixed. We appreciate your patience. We should have a time update for you here in just a few minutes. We're very close to getting it fixed, and we want to make sure we get it right before we let you guys back in here. So we appreciate your patience very much. If you'll just hang with us, we should have more information on an exact return time shortly.
Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. 15-minute call to the first class of Chesters. 15-minute call to the first class of Chesters. 15 minutes. Second call for Class 1 of Chesters. This is your second call.
On behalf of the National Western Stock Show, the swine crew, and everybody, I want to just offer my appreciation to everybody that pitched in and helped to get done what we needed to get done on a timely manner. It's a true testament to our industry, the people that jump in without being asked and just jump in and say, hey, where can we help just to make our hog show better. I know our main goal here is to make memories. It's not always the easiest memory to make, but we're certainly making memories. We appreciate you guys sticking with us. It's never planned on when you go into a new facility, you don't know what you're going to get into. We've worked these things out. Everything is going great now. But I just want to tell everybody that pitched in and helped make this thing go smooth and go seamless how much I appreciate y'all jumping in and helping, because it made that thing go a lot faster. So just know that you guys have a great set of people in this barn that'll help out whenever help is needed. So from the National Western Stock Show crew, we tip our hats and say thank you, and much, much appreciated for all the help. Thank you guys very much.
Third call for the first class of Chesters. Please report to the holding area. Third call for the first class of Chesters. Please report to the holding area. First call for class number 2 of the Chesters. First call for class number 2 of the Chesters. Second call for class 2 of the Chesters. Second call for class 2 of the Chesters. Last call for class number 2 of the Chesters. Last call for class number 2 of the Chesters.
Well, good to get fired back up, and just to reiterate the comments of the staff. Man, hey, when you put an event on like this, there's always going to be hiccups, especially when it's a brand new event. But be patient with them. They're trying to make your experience enjoyable, and if having to get up out of your seat ruined your day or made you upset, then you're just too dang negative, in my opinion. So bear with them. They're working hard to make sure you're safe and have a good time. But as we get fired back up here, I think we've got a good class of these Chesters, and I do think there's some give and take, but I think the young lady here in the black, her barrow just combines the good of the barrows in 2 and 3. He's heavy boned, he's proportional. I think he's more appropriate than the barrow in 2 in terms of the set and angulation to his shoulder. He's better at the top of his crest and his pole. He's longer hipped and just stays more collected in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. I think just plain and simple, that one totals up the best. The muscle hog or the power hog, no doubt, comes in 2. He's got more chub, he's got more flesh, he's got more dimension. He's a little upright in his shoulder and wants to come together at his knee when he comes right at me. A little thicker right there at the top of his crest and his pole, but no denying that one in terms of the amount of bulk, spread, and dimension he brings to the table. A very impressive individual from that standpoint. Barely comes in 3, paints an awesome silhouette from the side view profile in terms of height of shoulder and being level down his top and out through his hip and rump. He gets a little more extended, or he gets a little longer bodied as a result. He maybe wants to pull apart too much in his midsection, but those of you ringside or get a chance to get on top of this one when he goes back through there, absolutely maxed out up high. Tremendous spread and shape. He's just got to have more horsepower there in the midsection of his body. One that comes next is a muscular hog that has some bone and feature. He gets a little too piecey back through his ham-loin junction. He gets a little too tentative in terms of his rear skeleton, but I certainly like that one just from a freshness and muscularity standpoint. Very, very well presented. One that comes next, again, a lot of the same things could be said. He's fresh, he's muscular. He just needs to be reorganized in terms of his rear skeleton. We worked through the rest of these. The young people brought us a nice set of pigs. Just need a tweak in an area or two. Let's show them our appreciation.
Results of class number 1 in the Chesters. In 11th place, Stockton Smith. 10th place went to Cash Shelton. 9th, Carson Reed. 8th went to Leighton Hopkins. In 7th place, Tucker Seaton. Cale Underwood was 6th. Margaret Lowry was 5th. 4th place went to Briley Wade. 3rd, Kyla Cortese. 2nd, Dallas Martinez. And 1st place in class number 1, Avery Mabry. Entering the ring is class number 2. Champion drive for the Chesters will be right behind this class. First call for the champion drive at Chesters. First call for the champion drive at Chesters. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Second call for the champion drive. Second call for the champion drive at Chester. Second call. First call for Class 1 of Durox. First call for Class 1 of Durox.
Before we get into this second class, heavyweight Chester class here, and honestly, fits together pretty logically for me. The young lady here in the pink sweater has got her class winner, and I think a barrow that wins this particular class in a pretty commanding fashion. That is a stout, rugged, heavy-duty one that's comfortable off of both ends of his skeleton. He's busted open when he comes right at you. You get on top of him. He's incredible in terms of his shape and spread up high. Just plain and simple, he's the one with the extras, coupled with the fact that he's the best skeleton one, allows him go ahead and win this class and do so pretty handily. Young lady that comes in too, that's another really fresh backed one that's incredibly three-dimensional when you get on top of him, out through his loin edge and through his hip and stifle. He's got tremendous flair there in his lower hip and stifle as he goes directly away from me. In comparison to our class winner, he's not as stout, he's not as comfortable, he's just not as loose hinged as what that class winner is, but certainly admire that barrow in terms of the shape and spread. He's he's got up high. Heavy-duty stout-featured one comes next, and I like him from his shoulder blade back. He's a really proportional kind of barrow that, again, exemplifies freshness in terms of shape and muscle. He's really coordinated in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. I've got to change him in terms of his shoulder set. I've got to change him in terms of his front knee and front foot when he comes right at me. But the young man's done an awesome job of getting that one driven. The really rugged made one comes next. I like the extra feature and stoutness that this particular barrow brings to the table. He's a good ribbed, good bodied barrow. He's just too tight hinged out of his hip and rear leg. I've just got to make him more coordinated, more collected as he goes to the arena surface out here. Young lady that comes next has got a really muscular kind of a Chester barrow. Of the initial 5, he's the frailest in terms of his foot bone and feature. He gets a little shorter and steeper out back there, but again, a well-presented one in terms of skin and hair and presentation. My compliments to her from that standpoint. He's just got to be stouter. We got a really good built one here that just needs more muscle and shape, and then we run into some feet and leg issues the rest of the way through. Good way to round out our Chester show. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Results of class number 2 in the Chesters. In 11th place, Kylie Vandelsdahl. 10th place, Addison Horton. 9th went to Madeline Newton. 8th place, Isabel Shaw. 7th, Graham Baker. 6th place went to Burke Waldrip. 5th place was Isabel Perkins. 4th, Adeline Thornton. 3, Wyatt Ludick. In 2nd place, Lindsay Nielsen. And in 1st place, Lillian Letterman.
We're going to leave all 4 out.
Okay, champion drive of the Chesters. In the class 1 of the Chesters, 1st place was Avery Mabry. Avery Mabry, right there, yes. Second place in class 1, Dallas Martinez. Right there, Dallas Martinez. First place in class number 2, Lillian Letterman. And second place in class number 2, Lindsay Nielsen. This is your champion drive at Chester's, folks, champion drive. Second call for Durox, class 1. Second call for class 1 at Durox. Just a reminder in the barn, there is no smoking on the grounds. Reminder in the barn, no smoking in the grounds. So you can't be smoking in the barn. Thank you.
We get our 2 class winners and our 2 seconds back out here. Just 2 classes in this particular breed, but man, they're high quality. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these young people on their market hogs. You know, pretty quick, it comes down to a pair of them that I think are really similar. They're stout-featured barrows that are heavy boned, yet comfortable in terms of the way they reach and go off of both ends of their skeleton. I think within the pair of them, one of them just maybe has a little more punch to the center portion of his body. Same one, maybe just a little more ready in terms of the spread and dimension he's got when you get right on top of him. Young ladies, heavyweights, your champion. Young ladies, lightweights, your reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Chester goes to Lillian Letterman, and your reserve champion goes to Avery Mabry. Last call for Class 1. Last call for Class 1 of the Durocs. Last call. Please report to the holding area. Sullivan Supply is a family owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. First call for class number 2 of the Durocs. First call for class number 2. Second call for class 2 of the Durocs. Second call for class 2 of the Durocs. Last call for class number 2 of the Durocs. Last call for class number 2 of the Durocs. Please report to the holding area.
We shift gears and get into this first class of these Duroc market hogs. Certainly some give and take at the top end of this particular class, but I just kept coming back to the young ladies barrel as being the one that presented the least amount of problems, yet still offered enough extras in terms of bone and feature. He's certainly adequate in terms of muscle and shape when I get right on top of him. I think he's just the best skeleton one, particularly when you study his lower joints, his rear foot, the spread to his dew claws and squareness to his dew claws as he turns and goes right away from me is what gives him the nod to go ahead and win this particular class. No doubt, the barrow the dark pigmented barrow that comes in second has the advantages in terms of width and muscularity. He's a really heavy bone barrow that's got a beautiful look ahead of his blade. I love the shape to his skull and the way his head and neck attaches to his body. He gets his head cranked up in the air and gets just a little funny right there in front of his ham-loin junction. But more importantly, when I get right in behind him and watch him go away, particularly that left rear just wants to get too far outside of his body. I've got to even and square his rear toes, but no denying that one just from a stoutness and feature perspective. One that comes next, beautiful from a side view profile. He's as extended about the front 1/3 of his body as any of the three barrows here at the top end. He's got good shape and muscle. He gets a little flatter in terms of his forerib and center body in comparison to the two barrows ahead of him. But his main problem lies when he comes right at me. He's too closed up in his chest and from his knee to the ground. But that one's dialed in and immaculate in terms of skin and hair. My compliments to the young lady and her team from that standpoint. Really practical, good built one comes next. He works his way into the top end of this drive just in terms of functionality. He's sound, he's athletic. Of the initial 4 or 5 barrows, he's the plainest in terms of his shape and muscularity. When I get right on top of him, I've just got to see more to this hog. I appreciate his balance and build. He just needs more horsepower to him. Other end of the skeleton comes next. All the horsepower in the world, unfortunately, it compromises him from a skeletal standpoint. When he comes right at me, he wants to push his elbow outside of his body cavity. I've got to square him from hip hock to ground as he goes directly away. One that comes next, a really good build, attractive one, needs more horsepower. Then as we go down, we run into some feet and leg issues, but an awesome class of these reds to get started with. My compliments to the exhibitors.
Results of class number 1 of the Durocs. In 12th place, Elena Shaw. 11th went to Mary Barron. 10th place. 10th place went to Kylie Cool. 9th, Ella Ford. 8th place, Addison Powers. In 7th place was Rylan Kimball. 6th place, Margaret Lowry. 5th went to Lindley Dever. 4th was Callan Smith. 3rd, Kyla Cortese. 2nd went to Jory Bordwine, and the winner of class number 1 of the Durocs was Gertie Dudley. Entering the ring is class number 2. Class 2 of the Durocs entering the ring. First call for class number 3. First call for class number 3 of the Durocs. First call. Second call for class 3 of the Durocs. Second call for class 3 of the Durocs. Superior Farms is proud to help sponsor the National Western Stock Show. We invite you to see more about how we help family farms. See the video at superiorfarms.com.
Well, I think a little more challenging class to piece together, and honestly, I think these are both very good market hogs in their own right. But man, if we could blend the two of them together, then I think we'd really have something that we could grab a hold of and run with. Because I think there's certainly trade-offs where one's good, you'd change the other one just a little. I just kept coming back to the comfort level, and the young man with the blue vest, particularly out of his shoulder and his front end, his shoulder angle is more appropriate. The way his front foot hits the ground is better. He's just a looser hinged barrel off of both ends of his skeleton. He's softer and more pliable through his forerib and his mid body. You get on top of him, he's not overblessed with shape or spread, but I certainly call him adequate from that standpoint. Stays wide, true, and square as it goes directly away from you. Again, his comfort level is what allows him to just go ahead and be your class winner here. The one that's going to come in two, if man, we just propped him up and took a picture of him. That thing's got an awesome silhouette from the side view profile. He's tall-shouldered, he's flat-backed, he's long and level out of his hip and rump. He gets a little racy for me just in terms of his frame score and how big of a kind of pig he is. But more importantly, I've got to lay his shoulder blade back in him a notch and then just soften him up through his midsection. But his look, his shape, his muscularity, all those things are good. He looks like one that, he's probably not to his end point. That hog could put on another 20 pounds or so yet and handle it. But again, I think a good kind of a barrow in his own right. My compliments to the young man in terms of skin and hair. One that comes next, shoulder blade back. I dig a lot of things about this particular barrow. He's round-bodied. He's really, really heavy structured. He's loose and athletic out of his hip and rear leg. He just doesn't balance up well enough from the side view profile. He's lower set at the point of his shoulder. He's thicker at the top of his pole and the crest of his neck. I've just got to extend him up through the front one-third of his body. Young lady comes next, and another one that, man, hip and hind leg and just function of this one's rear leg is awesome. He's really good in terms of muscle shape and freshness. He just gets too far down on his front feet. He gets too long-bodied for me. I've got to moderate him in terms of his length and then just fix his front feet and the way they want to hit the ground. But again, that's a very well-presented, well-driven one. My compliments to the young lady out here. Barrow that comes next is one I like from a muscle and shape standpoint. He's just too straight off of both ends of his skeleton. I've got to change his angles and joints off of both ends, but certainly one you admire again just in terms of freshness and shape. We continue to work down here. Here's one that does, again, need more muscle and shape. Then we run into some feet and leg issues, some balance issues as we round the class out, but another good class of those reds. Let's put our hands together for those young people.
Results of class number 2 of the Durocs. In 10th place, Stockton Smith. 9th place went to Wade White. 8th place, Jack Myers. 7th, Madison Stewart. 6th place was Leighton Hopkins. 5th place went to Ryan Lee. 4th to Haley Melsness. 3rd place went to Kylie Vanisdahl. 2nd was Joshua Cortez, and the winner of class number 2, Fisher Waldrip. Entering the ring is class number 3 of the Durocs. Class 3 of the Durocs entering the ring. First call for class number 4. First call for class number 4. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. Second call for class number 4. Second call for class number 4 of the Duroc. Second call. Last call for class number 4. Last call for class number 4 of the Durocs. This is your last call.
Well, again, I think a challenging class to put together because these initial 3 certainly offer a whole lot of good. Yet, in the same breath, you could tweak each one of them in an area or two. The class winner, and I never want to be the guy that starts with the negative. You got to change him at his front knee, and when he comes right at you. But when you get past that, he's got the advantage everywhere else. He's the loosest hinged off of both ends of his skeleton. He's got more shape and spread and dimension up high. He's just a fresher individual that can stay comfortable out here and handle the surface. Again, I'd like to tweak him at his knee when he comes right at me, but I thought no doubt the one that totaled up the best and offered the most positives within this particular drive. I think there's some give and take between the barrows in second and third because, again, there's trade-offs and they complement each other in an area or two. I thought there was just a more meat animal shape in the barrow than in second. He's bigger chested, he's bigger backed, he's bigger ended. What made it close between those two is this one's maybe just a little more upright in terms of the angle to his blade, and every once in a while wants to get tied up a little bit behind, but it is a market hog show. I thought he got the nod from a muscularity standpoint over the barrow that comes in 3. The one that comes in 3, really heavy boned, good patterned one from the side view profile. His angulation, his reach, his comfort level, all those things are spot on. He's good in terms of the depth to the center portion of his body. You get right on top of him. For me, he's just too devoid of muscle. He needs more muscle. He needs more shape. He needs more product. You give him more horsepower, he's your class winner pretty handily. He's just got to be better from that standpoint here today. The one that comes next, certainly a heavy-duty, big-ribbed, soft-centered kind of a show barrow. He gets too cresty there at the top of his neck. He gets too thick and bunchy through his throat latch, and just the lower third of his body's just got too much condition for me today. I've got to peel some of that fat cover off of him. I've got to lay his shoulder back in him a notch, but that's a well-presented, well-driven one out here. The barrow that comes next, a young lady does an awesome job, a really stout-featured, heavy-duty one. I've got to make him more comfortable and just longer off of both ends of his skeleton. He needs to be more extended up front. He's got to be longer hipped out back. One that comes next, heavy bone, just got to be sounder. Then we run into some feet and leg issues and some freshness issues as we get down the line here. But man, young people have them well presented. My compliments to them. Let's give them a nice hand as they head back.
Results of class number 3 in the Durocs. In 10th place, Presley Buckmaster. 9th place went to Ethan Welch. 8th, Gabe Oltman. 7th place, Dale LaFlamboy Jr. 6th place, Crew Sutton. 5th went to Skylar Nielsen. 4th place, Colby Darling. 3rd was Levi Pollock. 2nd, Abby Beatty. And 1st place in class number 3, Kason Strange. Entering the ring is class number 4. Class 4 of the Durocs entering the ring at this time. First call for class number 5. First call for class number 5 of the Durocs. First call. The tradition continues with the Colorado Farm Show taking place at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado, January 27th, 28th, and 29th. Approximately 300 ag-related exhibitors, 3 days of seminars, and more. Admission is free, and the $5 parking raises funds to support youth in agriculture through scholarships. Visit us at coloradofarmshow.com. Second call for class number 5 of the Durocs. Second call. Last call for class number 5 of the Durocs. Last call for class number 5. Allie Adams, please report to the holding area.
Well, probably the deepest class of these red barrels that are red market hogs that we've had the opportunity to see today. And, there's been some instances where we had to take good built ones that maybe needed a little more muscle. There's been instances where we had to take ones that had muscle that needed to be a little better built. I think this is maybe one of the better combinations of muscle and build and freshness and stoutness as maybe we've seen thus far in the show. Beautiful kind of a show barrel head. His shoulder angle is appropriate, and I think where this one is so impressive, you get up on top of him and he's got water laying in the ditch going down his back. I think he's the one with the extras that stays the most collected in terms of his skeleton. He stays the most appropriate in terms of just proportions and the way everything ties and fits together. The darker colored one comes next, a really big chested, round ribbed kind of a show barrel. He's got more horsepower through his forerib in the midsection of his body than the barrel that comes in 2. But the longer we drive this one and he wants to get going a little faster there, he kind of wants to get a little shorter and steeper out back and tuck his rear leg up underneath of him. Then he starts to pull apart there at his ham-loin junction. That's getting critical of a really good pig. Again, his look, his stoutness, his freshness, all those things certainly work to his advantage at a very, very high degree. Really heavy duty, big rib, big bodied one that comes next. Of the initial trio of barrels, I thought he was the plainest looking from shoulder blade forward. I've got to extend him up front, and then another one when he comes right at me, just chest knee to ground. I've got to make him stronger there and just reorganize him in his front skeleton, but that's a very, very well presented one. Next one comes really, really heavy boned, awesome look out front, just plain and simple. He needs to be longer out of his hip and rump. He's got to have more shape and spread up high, but certainly admire him just from a stoutness and feature perspective. One that comes next, a tremendously good centered kind of a barrel. Another one that I've got to extend off of both ends of his skeleton. He's too short hip there. He's too short from shoulder blade forward. He just needs to be extended off of both ends. One that comes next, another one that I sent to the scale. He just doesn't use his hip and hind leg assembly with the kind of authority he needs to move up any higher, but his look, his presence, his silhouette from the side view profile are all things that certainly desirable. Again, good class to work through. Just some things we need to tweak about these ones here in the bottom half. My compliments to the exhibitors as they head back. Let's give them a nice hand.
Results of class number 4. In 11th place, Perry Kowalski. 10th place went to Brooklyn DeLeon. 9th place, Campbell Thomas. 8th went to Owen Fleming. 7th place was Hadley Devitt. 6th place, Colby Cosmaker. In 5th was Whitten Harper. 4th place went to Josie Butchke. 3rd place, Hadley Kraft. In 2nd place, Zoe Lukasek. Sorry, Zoe. Zoe Lukasek was 2nd, and the winner of class number 4 was Irene Klaus. Irene Klaus was the winner. In the ring is class number 5. Upon completion of class number 5, we will have the champion drive of Durocs. So first and second of 1 through 5, first and second of all the classes of the Durocs will report back for champion drive. Common Spirit Health is a proud presenting partner and official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org. First call for champion drive of the Durocs. First call for champion drive of the Durocs. First and seconds out of each class will come back in for champion drive. Second call for champion drive of the Durocs. Second call for champion drive of the Durocs. Second call.
As we get into this last class of these Durocs, fits together pretty logically for me. The young man there on the far side's got one that wins this class and does so relatively easy, and I think he just does it from a balance and build perspective. That's a loose hinged hog off of both ends of his skeleton. I think he's really appropriate in terms of just frame size, length of body. He's a hog that reads really, really fresh at this particular stage of the game. He gets just a fraction excessive every once in a while in terms of the bend to his rear leg, but he still pulls it behind himself, still stays collected and comfortable in terms of the way he plants and drives and goes off the surface out here. Really, really stout one comes in too. That is a stout, burly, awesome rib cage kind of a show barrow out here. He is so three-dimensional and so broad off of both ends of his skeleton. He just doesn't have the same kind of look and presence in terms of his head and neck and the way it attaches to his body. Then he's so wide when he comes at me, he wants to push his elbow outside of his body wall ever so slightly. But for one that's stout and burly, he's relatively comfortable and sound out here. That goes ahead and slides him into the 2-hole. One that comes next gives you a beautiful look just in terms of head and neck shape and the way it attaches to his body. He's so good about his jawline and throat latch and in through his chest. I thought love the initial trio. He was the flattest in terms of his forerib and center body. I thought he was the frailest just in terms of feature and stoutness, but a well-presented, well-driven one by the young man to go ahead and be in the three-hole. I thought it got challenging from here down. Certainly some things that we like, and this one that comes next is ultra fresh and absolutely dialed in terms of skin and hair. He gets a nod in this class just in terms of skin and hair and presentation. My compliments to the young lady and her crew from that standpoint. He's too short-hipped. He's just too tangled up in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his rear skeleton. One that comes next is a loose-hinged, stout-featured kind of a market gilt. I've got to square her from her chest knee to ground when she comes right at me, and then just maybe freshen her up a bit from a muscle perspective. We continue to work through these. Man, the young people worked hard, brought us an awesome set here. We just got to change a few of these in terms of freshness at this particular weight. We've got to tweak them in terms of design and build, but certainly a good set of these Duroc Market Hogs. Let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation as they head back.
Last call for the Champion Drive at Durocs. Last call, Champion Drive at Durocs. Report to the holding area. Results of class number 5. In 9th place, Tyler Steinkamp. 8th place, Kinsey Ingram. 7th went to Mackenzie Morrow. 6th place, Katie Littlejohn. 5th place, Cooper Gray. 4th, Allie Adams. 3rd place went to Colton Kephart. 2nd, Mac Walker. And the winner, Kason Profit. Champion Drive of Durocs will be entering the ring at this time. We're going second. You ready? Class number 1, 2nd place, Jory Bordwine. Class number 2, 2nd place, Joshua Cortez. 2nd place, class number 3, Abby Beatty. 2nd place, class number 4, Zoe Lukasek. 2nd place in class number 5, Mac Walker. First place, class number 1. Oh, you ready? First place, class number 1, Gertie Dudley. First place, class number 2, Fisher Waldrop. First place, class number 3, Kason Strange. First place, class number 4, Irelyn Klaus. And first place in class number 5, Kason Profit. That completes your Champion Drive. Champion Drive at Durocs in the ring. First call for class 1 of the Hamps. First call for class 1 of the Hamps. First call. Second call for class 1 of the Hamps. Second call for class 1 of the Hamps. Last call for Class 1 of the Hamps. Last call, Class 1 of the Hampshires. Report to the holding area.
We get our 5 class winners back out here. No doubt, first order of business. Man, these Durocs have been good here at the National Western. It's not easy to win your class. Let's put our hands together, show these 5 exhibitors a nice round of applause. Obviously, if you're like me and you watch a judge's body language, the 2 heavy barrows come to the forefront out here for me, and I do think there's trade-offs between the 2. There's one that's absolutely maxed out when you get up on top of him. There's another one that is just so good built in terms of the angle to his shoulder and just the way everything ties together and balances. I think he's certainly adequate in terms of muscle. I like the young man's barrow right here to be your champion.
Champion Duroc goes to Kaysen Profit. Kaysen Profit is your champion Duroc.
Well, the young man drops his second place out here, and certainly a stout, burly one that we need to appreciate. But as I just talked, I thought it was a kind of a 2-horse race. This one that's going to be reserved, I don't think you can truly appreciate this hog. Those of you ringside or at a distance can't truly appreciate this hog till you get right up on top of him. He's absolutely maxed out in terms of spread, shape, and freshness. You could tweak him just a bit in terms of his shoulder set and the way he ties together at his ham loin, but that is a dang good kind of a Duroc show barrow in my opinion. Young lady right here is reserve.
Your reserve champion Duroc goes to Ira Lynn Klaus. Ira Lynn Klaus is your reserve champion Duroc. Next in is the first class of Hamps. Is
that first pig?
Sorry, that one's the one that moved. Moved to the crossbred, sorry. First call, Class 2 of the Hamps. First call for Class 2 of the Hamps. First call. Good. Take your clipping and fitting skills to the next level with the eMerge and Pulse ZR2 clippers from Andis. Experience the perfect trifecta of control, power, and efficiency to reach flawless finishes. Find them at your Andis dealer today. Second call for Class 2 of the Hampshires. Second call for Class 2 of the Hampshires. Second call. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Last call. Last call for class. Last call for class 2 of the Hampshires. Last call for class 2 of the Hampshires. Last call. Class 2 of the Hams, please report to the holding area. Class 2 of the Hams, please report to the holding area at this time.
Well, I think a good class to start here with the belted breed, and I always think that one of the toughest parts in the show, from a judge's perspective, is you judge 5 classes of red ones, and then you jump into a different breed, and you kind of got to recalibrate yourself just a little bit. But I think the longer that they're out here, the more it becomes evident to me that the young man's barrel right here needs to start this particular class. In terms of stoutness of jaw, in terms of being a really flat back, long hip kind of a barrel. Yeah, we could tweak his front feet and stouten his arm just a fraction, but I think he's the one that he's a pig that his head doesn't need to be real high. I think when we let his head come down and let him roll, that's when everything ties and fits together, and just his mobility and athleticism off of both ends of his skeleton are what allow him to go ahead and be your class winner here today. The 1 and 2 no doubt gets the nod or the advantage in terms of just stoutness and feature. That's a big-armed, really thick-toed kind of a show barrel. He just gets too compromised in terms of his length of hip and the way he utilizes his rear skeleton out here. So again, there were some trade-offs. This is the really stout one of that top pair. Just didn't think he was nearly as good from a design and build standpoint. That rolls him into the second hole. The one that comes in 3, honestly, is intriguing to me. Hits me as one that you can see she's got a vulva there. I think in a Hampshire breeding gilt show, this thing's pretty dang good in my opinion. She's stout-featured. She's got a good look up front. She's sound and athletic out of her hip and rear leg. In a market hog setting, she just maybe doesn't have enough horsepower to go ahead and get around those two, but that's one that looks like she's got some future ahead of her. If she's afforded the opportunity to go back on feed and keep rolling, I think that third place gilt could have a bright future, regardless of it's a market hog or breeding gilt setting going forward. One that comes next, well presented, well driven, kind of a narrow belted barrow that comes next. Really like the shape to his head and the softness to the center portion of his body. He's got incredible spread and shape coming out of the backside of his blade. He's just too short out of his hip and rump, and as a result, just doesn't grab the surface and plant and go with the same kind of authority as that gilt directly ahead of him. Another fresh, well-presented one that comes next. He's bold and wide off of both ends of his skeleton, and honestly, he looks like a pig maybe that was pushed to make weight and fit this particular weight. His elbow pocket gets outside of him. His hock gets a little wide as he goes directly away, but my hat's off to that young man in terms of getting that one ready to come to the pig show. Front two-thirds are the one that comes next. You certainly can dig some things about. He's just too short and steep out of his hip and rump. I visited with the young lady about that. And then again, man, I'll tell you what I'm impressed with. Skin and hair the whole way through has been good as we went through here today. Just need to tweak these three in terms of structural integrity. But man, the young people put some work and effort into these projects. Let's show them a nice hand as they head back.
Results of the Class 1 of Hampshires. In 10th place, Gabe Oltman. Ninth place was Gabe Oltman. 8th, Erica Mizanin. 7th place, Braylon Yeager. 6th, Caden Spruill. 5th place went to Jonathan Kraft. 4th, Levi Pollock. 3rd, Elam Higbee. 2nd was Zach Vaughn, and the winner of class number 1, Fletcher Lindman. Entering the ring is class number 2 of the Hamps. Class 2 of the Hamps entering the ring. First call for the champion drive. First call for the champion drive of Hamps. First call. Second call for the champion drive of Hamps. Second call for the champion drive of Hamps. This is your second call. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere.
We'll get into this second class of these Hampshire barrows, and man, I think the water gets deep and does so pretty fast. Yet in the same breath, I think the young lady's narrow-belted one right here in front of me and wins and does so pretty handily. That's a bold-chested barrow. He's so good about the stoutness to his jaw. He's good in terms of the angle and set to his blade. He's absolutely maxed out up high. He's a little slower paced, and I think sometimes not to be a showmanship coach, but that hog's so tall-shouldered and naturally high-headed. When we let his head come down and he rolls just a little bit, I think everything ties and fits together so good. And again, there's just more to him. There's more feature. There's more shape. He's just a stouter individual from end to end. The young lady's barrow that comes next, when he came through, I got pretty excited and thought, man, we've got something to work with here, because that one I think exemplifies proportionality. His just frame size and length of body, I think, are all very desirable. He's so good in terms of the depth of his heart and the center portion of his body. You get right on top of him, and he's not is good in terms of just his shape and muscle. He's not as stout featured. He's just not as far out there, plain and simple, as that one that wins this class. But that's another really good Hampshire barrow to go ahead and be second in a competitive class. The barrow that comes in 3, no slouch. That's a sound, flexible, big rib, big bodied kind of a show barrow. He's so big bodied that it maybe throws him off just a bit when you're off to the side of him from a proportionality standpoint. And then of the initial trio, I thought he was the most compromised in terms of his rear skeleton. He's a little shorter out of his hip, and as a result, just wants to get a little searchy with his rear leg as he goes to the surface. But that's a very high-quality individual to go ahead and be in 3. One that comes next, just a really practical kind of a Hampshire show barrow out here. He's fresh. He's shapely. He just gets maybe too plain looking from shoulder blade forward. He's a little thicker in terms of just his cheek and his throat latch. He's a little thicker right there at the top of his neck. He just doesn't give you that same look and presence as the 3 we got ahead of him, but certainly a barrow that deservedly worked his way into the top end of this class. Another good one comes next, round-ribbed, round-bodied one. I thought for all the just dimension and product that barrow had up high, didn't match down low in terms of foot bone and feature. He's a little more refined about his jaw, and then I've just got to freshen him up in terms of back shape, but hats off to the young man. That's a well-presented, well-driven one. My compliments to him. We continue to let these roll out. The bloodwort barrow, really heavy structured. He needs to be bigger ribbed. He needs to be fresher bodied. And then we run into some that maybe age and maturity and freshness just aren't working to their advantages. We're out here today, but a good set of those belted barrows. My compliments to those exhibitors. Let's show them a nice hand as they head back.
First call for OPBs. First call for Class 1 of OPBs. Results of class number 2. In 8th place, Cade Ray. 7th, Legacy Murphy. 6th place, Evelyn Wilson. 5th place went to Boston Bangert. 4th place, Landry Mabry. 3rd place was Kennedy Hicks. 2nd, Mackenzie Kirkhart. And first in class number 2, Mackenzie Kirkhart. Champion drive. Second place in class number 1 is Zach Vaughn. First place in class number 1, Fletcher Inman. Second place in class number 2, Mackenzie Kirkhart. And first place in class number 2, Mackenzie Kirkhart. Ladies and gentlemen, there's your champion drive for your Hamps. Champion drive. Second call for OPBs. Second call.
Well, as we get our 2 class winners in 2 seconds back out here, just 2 classes of these Hampshires, but I'm here to tell you that I think the top end of these are very, very good. So before we get too far into this, as we've done all day, let's put our hands together and congratulate these young folks on making it to this point. I'm a pretty straightforward judge. I don't have a very good poker face. There's one out here that man, he suits me really, really well. I think just so hard to make, and yet does it in a balanced kind of fashion. Does it at a very, very high degree. Pushes the envelope everywhere, yet stays in check and balance, and so comfortable, so proportional, so fresh. Just go on and on. I think that young lady's heavyweight is your champion in a commanding kind of fashion.
Champion Hampshire goes to Mackenzie Kirkhart.
I think it does become relatively close as we get ready to tie your reserve between the second place heavyweight and that lightweight barrel that does so many things right. I think of the pair, though, there's one that's just so much heavier featured. He's better in terms of his front foot and the way it hits the ground. Again, I think a relatively close decision because I think that lightweight barrel is certainly one that's on his way up, but I think there's just too much good in that second place. He needs to be reserve. Congratulations.
Reserve champion Hampshire goes to Mackenzie Kirkhart. Reserve champion. Next in is OPBs. 1 class of OPBs, so first and second will be champion and reserve. First call for Class 1 of the land race. First call for Class 1 of the land race. First call. Second call. Second call for Class 1 of the land race. Second call. At Murdoch, save on the essentials you need, like jeans, boots, hardware, pet supplies, fencing, and so much more. Shop Murdoch's online or find your store at murdochs.com. Last call for Class 1 of the land race. Last call for Class 1 of the land race.
Well, I'll tell you what. When they said there was a class of these OPBs, I probably wasn't just jumping over the moon, looking forward to it. But I'm here to tell you these top 3 or 4 are pretty dang good. There's differences among them, but man, I think these initial 4 all represent a ton of quality. I think the young man's louder marked one just comes to the forefront in terms of balance, in terms of comfort level, his shoulder set, the way his head and neck attaches to his body. I think he's more appropriate in terms of his length of hip, and he just stays more collected in terms of his rear leg. When I get right in behind him, his hock sits in him better, and again, I think that one just balances a notch better than the barrow that comes in 2. The one that comes in 2, he's a load. I'll be up front with you. That is a big-chested, round-bodied one that's incredible in terms of just spread and dimension. Hits me like a pig. Maybe it push to get to this particular stage of the game. The longer he's out here, he wants to read just a little shorter out of his hip and rump. When I step right in behind him, I've got to bring his hock back in him within him just a shade. But man, that one does so many things that are hard to do in terms of chest, in terms of body cavity, in terms of spread and dimension. That thing's got a big caboose and still stays relatively comfortable as he goes to the surface out here. This one that comes in 3, man, still a lot of good. Shoulder set and angulation, just comfort level off of both ends of his skeleton is incredibly good. I thought of the initial trio, he was probably the flattest in terms of his forerib and mid-body. And as I step off to the side of him, he wants to pull apart there ever so slightly at his ham-loin junction. But that's a whale of a good tam bear to go ahead and be third here at Denver. My compliments to the young lady and her team on a job well done. Absolutely wild-looking one comes next. Head shape and extension from blade forward is lights out good. He's got an incredible kind of a show barrel head on him. He's moderate in terms of his length of body. Of the initial 4, though, he's the shortest and steepest out of his hip and rump and just doesn't use his rear skeleton assembly with the kind of comfort level and athleticism as we need him to, but no denying that one from a look and presence standpoint. Job well done there. A really, really heavy structured one comes next. He's awesome in terms of his body cavity and the extra feature he brings to the table. He's just maybe favoring a rear there, and he's got to go just plain and simple sounder out of his hip and rear leg. But again, I think that's one that offers some good out here. Young ladies comes next. Again, good chested, really fresh, kind of a lightweight barrel. He's just too far out. Want to get right in behind him. And then we round out with a pair. I've just got to bulk up and give more spread. But I thought an awesome set of those AOBs, in particular, those first 4 were really, really good. My hat's off to the young people on a job well done.
Results of any other purebred. In 8th place, Emmeline Nelson. 7th place went to Legacy Murphy. 6th place, DeRay Naranjo. 5th place, Hardy Kraft. 4th went to Bringen Bottleberg. In 3rd place was Blakely Bottleberg. 2nd went to Annie Hanratty. And your champion was Tanner McGuire. Annie Hanratty was also reserve champion. Next in is the first class of landrace. First class of landrace entering the ring. First call for class number 2, landrace. First call for class number 2 of the landrace. First call. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Second call for Class 2 of the landrace. Second call for Class 2 of the landrace. Oh, last call for class number 2 landrace. Last call. Please report to the holding area. Last call, second class of landrace. Please report to the holding area.
Was we get into this class of these down-eared white ones here. I think, again, a point in the show from a judge's perspective that you got to kind of step back and recalibrate and bring yourself back in terms of maybe what we desire in terms of expectations. And I don't mean that negatively, because I think these two here at the top end do a lot of things right, and do them at a very high degree. I just kept coming back to the comfort level and proportionality of the young man here in the black. I think just the way that thing ties together and fits together from the side view profile is so good, and then he's just so flawless in terms of just chest cavity. His body cavity is good. You get right on top of him, and he offers just as much as anything we've got to work with here in the initial trio. And again, his length of hip and just comfort level out of his hip and rear leg are what went ahead and gave him the nod, in my opinion, here. The one that comes in two, you can make an argument for him from the standpoint of that's a really stout, burly one. I'd like to clean him up there about his sheath and the lower 1/3 of his body ever so slightly. But what got him in trouble, the longer we ask that barrow to drive, just the more searchy he wants to get with his hip and rear leg. He's shorter from his hip to his tailhead. I've just got to lengthen him out back and make him stay more collected in terms of the way he hinges and goes out here. But certainly admire that one just in terms of being a really, really stout, burly one. Really fresh-ribbed, fresh-bodied kind of an individual comes next. Looks like maybe the pound's smallest barrow of the initial trio here, but I don't take that into consideration. I think he's a high-quality individual. He's got as much just width and dimension up high. I thought he got a little crestier right there at the top of his neck and just a little piecier there in terms of the way he ties together at his ham-loin junction. And then when I got right on top of him, I thought he was the least descript in terms of his shape and muscle feeding out of the back of his blade. But that's a big rib, good bodied, good centered one. Young lady absolutely drives the wheels off of him out here. One that comes next, one that I sent to the scales initially right out of the gate because I admired him just in terms of his muscularity, in terms of his stoutness. As he comes back out here, he's just simply too round and too uncoordinated out of his hip and rear leg. I've got to change him from that aspect before we can work him any higher within this particular drive. One that comes next, really, really stout featured. Again, I've got to lengthen him out of his hip and rump. I've got to extend him from shoulder blade forward, but that's a good kind of pig. Young lady right here does an awesome job of getting this one driven out here. Big bodied, really productive kind of a barrow. Gets a little piecey at his ham loin, gets a little more refined in terms of his foot bone and feature. We work through the rest of these. Again, I thought the young people brought us an awesome set. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them as they head back. Good job, pal.
Results of Class 1 of the land race. In 10th place, Roxanne Knight. 9th place went to Annie Dameron. 8th, Ella Ford. 7th place, Cole Kate. 6th place went to Paige Bishop. 5th to Allie Sims. Allie Sims. 4th place, Ireland Klaus. 3rd place, Lily Walker. 2nd was Tucker Seaton, and 1st was Kane Cooper. Tucker and Kane will come back in for the champion drive after this next class. Entering the ring at this time is Class 2 of the land race. Class 2 of the land race entering the ring at this time. First call for the champion heat of the land race. First call, champion heat of the land race. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Second call for the Champion Drive land race. Second call.
Well, like a good way to round out with our heavyweight land race here. And I think these two market hogs surface and do so pretty quickly. I think they're hogs that resemble each other a lot in terms of just the proportion they paint from the side view profile. I think they're really close in terms of bone and feature. There's just more to the young lady's barrel right here, particularly through the midsection of his body. He's better in the depth of his heart. He's got more outward and turn and curvature there to his forerib. You get right on top of him. He's really, really fresh. That rear view of him going right away, that rear view, he stays just so comfortable and collected in terms of his squareness out of his hip and hock. I think that's a really good place to go ahead and start here. I think you could make an argument that the barrel coming in two maybe offers a few more extreme pieces in terms of just his feature and his bone. He's got a really big arm and big rear leg working in him. You get on top of him, and he rivals our class winner in terms of just bulk and spread up high. As I studied him coming and going and just watched him from a distance, he wasn't nearly as husky or as big-ribbed, as big centered as the barrel directly ahead of him. Gets just a little crestier right there at the top of his neck, but I think that's a tremendous pair to go ahead and be 1 and 2. The one that comes in 3 certainly rivals the two ahead of him in terms of just body cavity. He's so good from that standpoint. He rivals them in terms of just spread and dimension on the top side of his skeleton. I thought he got a little shorter hipped, and as a result just became a notch more uncoordinated out of his hip and rear leg. And I think for all the mass and dimension that guy's got up high, I don't think it matches down low in terms of just foot bone and feature. I've got to stouten him just a fraction to make it all fit together. One that comes next, I sent to the scales there a little later. Absolutely incredible skin and hair. She's got this thing dialed in and ready for the show. I think he's a barrel that's good in terms of the basic fundamentals. He's sound, he's flexible, he gets out here and covers surface. He's a little racier. He's a little more tubular in terms of just his length of body and frame size. I've got to moderate him from that standpoint and just bulk him up in the center portion of his body. One that comes next, a stout featured kind of a landrace show barrel. I've got to change him right there at the crest of his neck. I've got to lengthen him out of his hip and rub. Just make him hinge looser off of both ends of his skeleton before we can talk him up any higher. Young man comes next, got a little bit of frustrated. I can see the good in your pig. He's big-bodied, he's soft-centered, he's really fresh and shapely up high. Unfortunately, it looks like maybe he's fighting a little bit of an injury out here today. He's just got to be sounder off his rear too before we can work him any higher. Really good built, practical one there that needs to be busted open from end to end. Good way to round out here. My compliments to the young people. Let's give him a nice hand as a head back.
Results of class number 2. In 9th place, Cade Ray. 8th went to Annabeth Sprecher. 7th place, Kennedy Woods. 6th went to Hatton Dean. 5th place, Abby Beatty. 4th, Raina Rowles. 3rd place went to Riley Clinard. 2nd, J.C. Hill. And the winner was Lily Cooper. Champion Drive, a land race next. Second in class number 1 was Tucker Seaton. Tucker Seaton. First in class number 1, Kane Cooper. Kane Cooper was first. Second in class number 2, J.C. Hill. And first in class number 2, Lily Cooper. It's your Champion Drive land race, folks. Champion Drive. First call, Poland Chinas. Class 1 to the pole. Poland's Chinas. Class 1, first call.
We get our 2 first and seconds out here. Young people have done an awesome job, and man, it's not easy to win a class at the National Western. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them on their projects out here. I think yeah, it's pretty clear cut for me. There's a pair of them that I think are better just in terms of their skeletal quality. I think that same pair just comes with more horsepower. They're just plain and simple, more ready to rock and roll today. And again, everything just balances and fits. They stay comfortable. And again, they're very good representatives of this breed, in my opinion. The two heavyweights are going to be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Landrace goes to Lily Cooper, and your reserve, J.C. Hill. Second call for Poland. Second call for Class 1 of the Poland. Second call. Last call for Class 1 of the Polands. Last call, Class 1. First call for Class 2 of the Polands. First call for Class 2. Second call for Class 2. Second call for Class 2 of the Polands. Superior Farms American Lamb is delicious and easy to cook. Visit superiorfarms.com for great recipes and ask for American Lamb at your favorite restaurant. Last call. Last call for class number 2. Last call for class number 2. Braden Satterwhite, we need you and your animal. Come to the holding area. Braden Satterwhite for Class 2 of Poland Chinas. We need you in the holding area. Yeah, we're good.
Well, this first class of Poland's, and I sent 6 or 7 to the scales. I think then that speaks volumes to how deep this particular class was. But there was never a doubt in my mind that I didn't want to start with the young man in the pink right here. I think this one just balances so well. He's so proportionate, yet he's heavy structured. He's maxed out when you get up on top of him. I think where he just excels the class is, again, just shoulder set, squareness to hip and hind leg. Gives you a beautiful look when he gets his head up above his shoulders there. And I think what'll surprise folks ringside when he comes back past you there and you get right on top of him, he's incredibly fresh and three-dimensional in terms of back shape. I think that one does a lot of things that are hard to do and does it to a very, very high degree. I think there's some give and take the rest of the way, particularly here in our top 5. But I thought this one that came in second was just a stouty of the initial 4 or 5. He's bigger armed. He's got a bigger rear leg than the one that comes in second. He just doesn't stay as collected in terms of the way everything pieces together. His hock wants to roll to the outside of his body ever so slightly. But I think one that is that stout, that burly, man, he stays so comfortable in terms of just flex and range of motion out here, allows him to go ahead and get in the 2-hole. The one that comes next, I didn't initially get him sent to the scale because his worst view is the first one I saw, and that's when he comes right at me. That hog is just so bold in his chest that he gets his elbow pocket outside of his body, and then from there back, he's the flattest in terms of his forerib and his heart girth of the initial trio. But when you get off to the side of him, his look, his presence, his elevation, all those things work to his advantage and allow him to go ahead and work his way to the top end of this drive. That's a very well-presented, well-driven one. My compliments to the young man and his team. Big rib, big centered kind of a show barrel comes next, and I certainly like those things about him. He's just a really husky built kind of an individual. The longer he's out here, he just wants to get too short out of his hip and rump, and as a result, he just wants to search too much with his rear leg, particularly that left rear. He just wants to kick it outside of his body wall and can't ever get just real comfortable with it. But man, that's another one that's just absolutely maxed out and dialed in terms of his skin and hair. Really fresh backed, a bigger framed, elevated kind of an individual comes next, and I can get into those things about him. It's when I get to the distance of him and just study the silhouette he paints from a side view profile. He wants to get too wrinkled up in his ham-loin junction, and he just kind of wants to duck his pins and camp his rear leg up underneath himself. I just need to make him more seamless in his transitions and make him a little more coordinated out of his hip and rear leg. Really fresh, well presented one comes next. I like those things about him. He just needs more bone and feature. He needs to be a hog that's just looser hinged off of both ends of his skeleton. One that comes next, another one I sent to the scale, big chested, fresh backed one, just gets too searchy with his rear leg. Then we run into some structural issues and freshness issues down the line here. But I'm telling you, a really, really good class in terms of depth. I think we sent more to the scale in this class than any of the previous classes today. So that speaks volumes to it. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the young people as they head back.
Braden Satterwhite, please report to the holding pen. Your class is ready to go in the ring. Braden Satterwhite, Class 2 of the Poland Chinas, please report to the holding area. Results of class number 1 in the Poland Chinas. 11th place, Madeline Newton. 10th place, Natalie Brock. 9th place, Beckham Salopek. 8th place, Taylor Horn. 7th went to Madeline Lindley. 6th place, Hunter Butler. 5th was Karis Downs. 4th was Gentry Terrell. 3rd, Landry Mabry. 2nd is Cale Bishop. And 1st is Canton Overstreet. In the ring is class number 2. Class number 2 of the Poland Chinas in the ring. Braden Satterwhite, your class is entering the ring. Braden Satterwhite, your class is entering the ring. First call for the champion drive of the Polands. First call for the champion drive of the Poland. First call for class 1 of the spots. First call for class 1 of the spots. First call. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. Second call for Class 1 of the spots. Second call for Class 1 of the spots.
Well, I thought that first class was really, really good. But, man, I'm telling you that this class of heavyweights is as good a class of Poland market hogs that I've had the opportunity to sort through. And I do think it's close in an area or two. I think there's some give and take. But I just kept coming back to the stoutness and the comfort level of the young lady's gilt there in the red. Her shoulder set, her forearm shape, just the shape and circumference to her rear leg. Then you study her down her top line. I thought she was so much better than another one in terms of her ham loin hookup. And she's not just overblessed with shape when I get right on top of her, especially when we compare her to the barrows that come in second and third. But again, I think she's adequate in that area. And then I think she trumps them in terms of stoutness and comfort level to go ahead and win with a really, really competitive class. The barrow that comes in two, when he came through the holding pens, he absolutely knocked my socks off. He's big-chested. He's got as fresh of a back and just turned to his loin edge is anything that we've seen thus far today. The longer we ask him to go, he's just a little shorter out of his hip and just wants to get a little more tied up in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. But he's awesome in terms of proportions. He's big-chested, and I mean, he absolutely has a back to die for. I thought that was a really good pair to go ahead and be 1 and 2. The one that comes in 3, another one that's absolutely maxed out up high in terms of his shape and muscle. He's got an absolute ditch working down his back that has water laying in it. I thought of the initial 3, he was the one that just became a notch more piecey. He's a little thicker there at the top of his neck. He wants to pull apart there through his ham loin junction, and I think relative to the mass and dimension that guy up high. He wants to get a little more refined in terms of his foot and bone down low. That's getting critical of a dang good kind of a Poland barrow. It's a shame we won't be able to tie more than two, because I think this breed has been lights out good, and that's not always the case. Really sound, heavy structured one comes next. If we just judge him from the side view profile, you could talk about this one getting a notch higher, because he's so loose hinged out of his shoulder. He's so loose hinged out of his hip and rear leg that he rivals the ones ahead of him from that standpoint, and you can make a case that he's one of the heavier boned ones. When he gets beat is when he turns and comes right at me. He just wants to close up too much from his knee to the ground, but I'm telling you, that's another really good one. No Slouch comes in 5, and honestly, another really good one. His depth of rib, his depth of the center portion of his body is incredibly good. I thought of the initial 4 or 5, he was the thickest right there at the crest of his neck, the thickest through his throat latch, and just the way it attaches to his body. And then when I get right on top of him, he just didn't have the same kind of spread and shape and freshness up high as those other ones did. Again, that's getting critical of a really good Poland bear to go ahead and be in the 5th hole. One that comes next, next couple we can let roll out, really muscular ones that just need to be better in terms of their feet and legs, and then we round out with some that just have to be better in terms of balance. They've got to be better in terms of freshness. That was an incredibly good class of Poland Market Hogs. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those exhibitors as they head back.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could, we need your help here. Before I go to announcing this one, we got a young man named Jordy Lum that would like to be reestablished with his family. Jordy Lum, he's right outside here. If you know him or his family, we'd like to get them back together. Thank you very much. Results of class number 2 of the Poland Chinas. In 10th place, Peyton Romza. 9th place, Tyson Brazil. 8th place, Presley Stanfield. 7th place, Kinley Shrevogel. 6th place, Elena Shaw. 5th, Griffin Ritchie. 4th, Addison Cattle. 3rd place, Briley Byers. In 2nd place, Colby Florence, and 1st was Jesse Threet. Now's the champion drive. Champion drive, 2nd place, out of class number 1, Cale Bishop. And 1st place, out of class number 1, Canton Overstreet. 2nd place, out of class number 2, Colby Florence. And 1st place, out of class number 2, Jesse Threet. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion drive of Poland Chinas in the ring at this time. Last call for the first class of spots. Last call for the first class of spots.
Was it we've done all day here? Let's give these 4 exhibitors a nice round of applause on their class winners in seconds. You can probably tell from my body language, it comes down to the pair of class winners. I think just from a stoutness and comfort level standpoint, those are the 2 that surface for me. I think within that pair, there's one of them that's better at the crest of their neck. Same one is just absolutely maxed out when you get on top of them in terms of spread and dimension. Maybe doesn't look like it for a distance. If you question me, I challenge you to go back there and get on top of him, because he is one that suits me very, very well. Young man's lightweight's going to be your champion. Young lady's heavyweight's going to be your preserver.
Champion Poland China goes to Canton Overstreet and your reserve champion Jesse Threet. Next in the ring is the first class of spots. First class of spots next in the ring. Madeline Gardner. Your class is entering the ring. Madeline Gardner, your class is entering the ring. If there's somebody out there that was handling the Jordy Lum situation, okay. Thank you very much. His family and him are reunited, so thank you, folks. Appreciate the help. Thank you. First call for Class 2 of the spots. First call, Class 2 of the spots. This is your first call. The tradition continues with the Colorado Farm Show taking place at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado, January 27th, 28th, and 29th. Approximately 300 ag-related exhibitors, 3 days of seminars, and more. Admission is free, and the $5 parking raises funds to support youth in agriculture through scholarships. Visit us at coloradofarmshow.com. Second call for Class 2 of the spots. Second call for Class 2 of the spots. Last call for Class 2 of the spots. Last call for Class 2 of the spots. Last call.
As we get into this first class of spots, I know that this breed's maybe a little notorious for getting ring sour, so I tried to be gentle and handle them with care, if you will. But I thought these two were the ones that just combined the most good. I think we could change both of them off of opposite ends of their skeleton, but I think when you call it a wash, that both of them are compromised just from a structural integrity standpoint, just a shade. I thought the young man's barrel right here was just one that was so much cleaner jointed, particularly his hock, his rear foot, the cushion to his lower joints, the angle to his shoulder, and just his ability to stay comfortable out here, particularly out of his front end, I thought is what gave him the advantage, coupled with the fact that I think he's the freshest back, just most shapely when I get right on top of him. No doubt that the bear that comes in second has the advantage in terms of bone and feature. I've just got to change him. He's too upright in terms of his shoulder blade. He's too upright in terms of his knee. He's got to have more cushion to his lower joints, but that is a proportional one that's got large limbs and stays relatively comfortable out here. Those things allow him to go ahead and surface to the top end of this drive. Really big rib, big bodied one comes next. I like those things about him. He's as good centered as any of the three barrows there at in the initial trio. He just gets a little too plain about his look up front, his throat latch, his jawline, and the way it ties into the base of his chest. I've got to change that for me out here today. And then I do read him to be a fraction longer hip, but in the same breath, I think he's just as tangled up out of his hip and rear leg, particularly the way he hinges out of that left rear. But again, man, that's a good pig. I got kind of hard on him, but he's big ribbed. He's really husky when you get up top. He's got shape and he's got muscle. A really good trio there at the top end. One that comes next, young lady's got this one absolutely dialed in terms of just his skin and hair. He's as fresh backed and good about his loin edge as any of the initial three or four. I've got to change him when I get right in behind him. He kind of wants to get a little more rigid in terms of his rear pastern. I've got to give him just more cushion there behind before we can talk him any higher. One that comes next, really practical in terms of just its build and its flexibility out here. He's too plain from shoulder blade forward. He's too flat in terms of the midsection of his body. I got to give him more shape and just turn to his loin edge up high. One that comes next is one that gives you a neat look in terms of his presence from the side view profile. He's just too upright in terms of his front end for me. He's too flat in the midsection of his body. He just doesn't hinge as comfortably out of his hip and rear leg. He gives you a wild look from time to time. I've just got to make him better in terms of his flexibility out here off of both ends. Good ribbed, really big top, big ended one. He gets too far outside of himself as he goes directly away from me. A good built one here needs to be better in his ham loin junction. He wants to bow his left rear as he goes directly away. Good class from top to bottom there, particularly the top end. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those folks as they head back.
Results of Class 1 spots. In 12th place, Campbell Thomas. 11th, Annabeth Sprecher. 10th place, Emily Houston. 9th went to Addison Adams. 8th, Tanner McGuire. 7th place went to Gabrielle Hermes. 6th place, Maylee McLennan. 5th went to Crew Sutton. 4th to Katie Butler. 3rd, Gannon Jervis. 2nd was Carson Bickle, and 1st place was Hank Wetter. In the ring is class number 2. Upon completion of 2, we will have the champion drive of spots. First call for the Champion Drive is spots. First call, Champion Drive is spots. First call. Second call for Champion Drive is spots. Second call. Common Spirit Health is the proud presenting partner and official first aid provider of the National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
I think a really, really good class of these spots to round out with. And I apologize to my ring crew. I think we weighed 7 or 8, but I'm always of the approach. It's way better to weigh one too many than not weigh enough of them. So hats off to them doing a good job out here. I thought these two barrows of the top 3 just suited me a notch better in terms of proportionality, particularly their length of body and the way they tie together. Then of the 2, I think one of them just functions so much better out of his hip and rear leg. That's a young lady there in the black. That's one that my man presented to a T. He's round-bodied. He's really fresh and shapely when you get right on top of him. And again, just his length of hip and the way he plants and drives out of his hip and rear leg is where I thought he had the advantage over the barrows in second and third. He's not the heaviest boned in the world, but we're going to call him adequate today, and there's no doubt in my mind that he's the best built one that just ties it all together into one package. Young ladies that come second here, again, I dig this one in terms of just proportions, in terms of frame size and length of body. I think all that's just way more appropriate than the barrow that comes in 3. He's better through his heart. He's better through the midsection of his body. He stays more collected and comfortable out of his hip and hind leg than the barrow in 3. In comparison to our class winner, I'd like to just change the way his rear foot wants to hit the surface and the way he wants to kind of twist out of his rear pastern there. But I thought that was a really good pig to go ahead and be in 2. The one that comes in 3, man, he is maxed out up high. You get on top of this guy, and he's got as fresh a back laid into him as any we've seen thus far today. My hat's off to the young man and his crew from that standpoint. I thought of the initial trio, he was the longest bodied. As a result, he wants to get a little shallower right there through his heart and the midsection of his body. And then I could just never get him to get comfortable in terms of the way he wants to just plant and go out of his hip and rear leg. I just need to see him go with more authority when he drives directly away from me. But man, if you're afforded the opportunity back there, I challenge you to get on top of that one. He is absolutely dynamic from that standpoint. The one that comes next, a really heavy duty, heavy structured, loose made kind of a show barrow. He just gives up too much in terms of look and presence for me. Of the initial 4, I thought he was just the shortest and roundest out of his hip and rump, but his flexibility and just his added feature and stoutness allow him to go ahead and get into the top end of this particular drive. One that comes out of 5, again, absolutely immaculate skin and hair. My hat's off to this young man and his family. If we were giving away a skin and hair award in this class, that one is incredible from that standpoint. He's a bigger frame, bigger outline barrow that wants to get a little tighter hinged off of both ends of his skeleton, particularly out of his hip and rear leg. And then of the initial 5, I didn't just see as much horsepower in the midsection of his body, but again, man, they've done a whale of a good job. They've worked their tails off with that one. I compliment them from that standpoint. One that comes next, really, really heavy duty, stout featured one. He just gets too uncoordinated out of his hip and rear leg out here. We worked through the remainder of this class. I thought the depth of quality was incredibly good. We just run into some more feet and leg issues. We run into some balance issues down the line here. But another good class. My compliments to him as a head back. Let's show him our appreciation.
First call for Class 1 of the Yorks. First call for Class 1 of the Yorks. Class 2 of the spots. In 12th place, Kinsey Ingram. 11th, Caleb Hackbart. 10th, Brooklyn Bunch. 9th went to McCrae Dar. 8th, Rebel Knight. 7th, Addison Cadle. 6th place was Addison Horn. 5th, Rhett Faulkner. 4th, Kendi Hicks. 3rd place went to Zane Byers. 2nd was Lila Bonert. And your winner of class number 2 was Riley Clinard. Now for the champion drive. In 2nd place in class number 1, Carson Bickle, right there. 1st place in class number 1, Hank Wetter. 2nd place in class number 2, Lila Bonert. And the winner of class number 2 was Riley Clinard. And that's your champion drive for the spots, ladies and gentlemen, your champion drive for the spots. Second call for Class 1 of the Yorks. Second call for Class 1 of the Yorks.
Well, I thought a really good spotted show as we sorted through those two classes. Let's give the two young men, two young ladies out here an awesome round of applause. I thought that there were some extreme pieces to sort through into that first class. I thought as we got into the second class, there were more hogs that offered good that maybe came with less issues and maybe don't reach as far in a place or two. But I think in terms of structural integrity, in terms of having some rib and body, being fresh, proportional, and comfortable out here, I like those two heavyweights. They'll be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Champion spot goes to Riley Clinard and your reserve champion, Lila Bonert. Congratulations. Last call for the Yorks. Last call for Class 1 of the Yorks. Last call. J.C. Cantrell. J.C. Cantrell, your class is entering the ring. First call for Class 2 of the Yorks. First call, Class 2 of the Yorks. Second call for the Yorks. Second call for Class 2 of the Yorks. Second call. Andis is a proud sponsor of the National Western Stock Show. From clippers to education, Andis is here to support top-notch grooming and fitting for every champion. Let's celebrate the best in livestock and clipping excellence.
Well, first class of these Yorkshires, and again, we weighed several of them, so I think that again speaks depths to the quality in this particular class. But man, this young lady right here in front of me, this one comes to the forefront and does so in a commanding fashion. He combines. We've got some really good, really stout ones in this class. We have some really good built ones in this class. That one for me combines it all into one package. He's stout about his jaw, he's big about his arm, he's so good in terms of his proportions, his length of body, his forerib, and just the way that all fits together. He's long and level out of his hip and rump, and then just uses his rear leg with more authority than the bear that comes in two. The one that comes in two, I love in terms of just his moderation everywhere. He's a moderate frame barrel that's really moderate in his length of body. He's got an awesome kind of a Yorkshire show barrel head on him. He's good in his chest and knee when he comes right at me. My issue for him lies in his length of hip and the bend to his rear leg, all read appropriate. He just never grabs a gear and plants and goes with the same kind of authority as that one directly ahead of him. But that's a very unique one, again, to do so many things right and go be second in a really competitive class. The one that comes next, man, just maybe more of a traditional Yorkshire look to him, and I'm okay with that. I think he's absolutely got the best hip and rear leg in this class, and that's what puts him over the barrels that come in 4 and 5, is just his ability to get out here and function off of both ends of his skeleton. In comparison to those two directly ahead of him, I've got to change him in his chest when he comes right at me, and I'd like to moderate him just a shade in terms of his length of body. Stout one comes next. I love his head shape and his arm shape. He's as stout featured as any we've got in this particular class. Unfortunately, I can't just get him to ever get comfortable out of his hip and rear leg. Kind of wants to duck his pins and camp his rear leg up underneath of himself and then just search outside of his body wall with his rear leg. But that's an incredibly good head. That's an incredibly good forearm. Young lady's got the most out of him. He's just got to get out here and function better for me today. A lot of the same things could be said about this one that comes next. I know it's probably not a lot of solace because you can tell they've worked their tails off, but skin and hair and hydration in this particular barrel. Absolutely phenomenal. Just plain and simple. He doesn't get comfortable enough out of his hip and rear leg. He's too short out of his hip out here. But man, from his hip forward, I can get into a lot of things about that one. My compliments to that young man and his crew. You can tell they've worked their tails off with that one. Really muscular, shapely kind of an individual comes next. He reads a little crestier right there at the top of his neck. Reads a little more refined in terms of his feature, and then just doesn't balance and blend together as well as the ones we've got directly ahead of him. We continue to work down through here. One that's just got too much crest. It needs to be moderated in terms of his length of body, but you like his extra feature and shape that he brings to the table. Then we just, as we work down here, we need to change these in terms of balance. We need to change them in terms of feet and legs, but I thought a really good way to get started with our Yorkshires. Let's give those young folks a nice round of applause.
Results of Class 1 of the Yorks. 10th place goes to Cade Simpson. 9th went to Macy Zerbach. 8th, Bree Adams. 7th place, Carter Schott. 6th place went to Cadence Pruill. 5th, Toby Litchie. 4th place, J.C. Cantrell. 3rd place went to Katie Willis. 2nd to Riley Joseph. And 1st place to Madeline Gardner. In the ring is class number 2. Class 2 of the Yorks in the ring. First call for class number 3. First call for class number 3. Second call for the Class 3 of Yorks. Second call for Class 3 of Yorks. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere. Tension in the barn. Bo Sanders sitting there next to me with WW says that those scales that are out there for check weights are for sale. If you need a scale to take home with you, You just need to come see Bo, and he'll make a deal with you. Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities.
Well, I think a good class, yet in the same breath, a challenging class to piece together here on the top end. I just kept coming back to the young lady here in the red sweater, just in terms of giving that next level look out of his head and front end. He's got an awesome kind of a jawbone working in him. He's really loose hinged out of his shoulder blade. I think he's got as much horsepower through the midsection of his body as anything we've got here at the top end. I think his length of hip and just function to his rear leg allows him to go ahead and be your class winner. The barrel that comes in two, a really a practical kind of a Yorkshire barrel, for lack of a better term. So good ribbed, and I like his moderation in his frame size. I like his moderation in his length of body. He's just a little thicker there at the top of his neck, and then I don't think that his rear skeleton just functions with the same kind of authority as the barrel directly ahead of him. But I thought that was a close pair there to go ahead and be 1 and 2. Really elegant looking heads up one that comes next. He's as tall shouldered and elevated through the front 1/3 of his body as any of the initial trio. Unfortunately, maybe that works to his disadvantage a little bit. It gets just a little easier in terms of his top line. And then I thought of the initial 3, he was probably just the flattest through the midsection of his body. I've got to give him more just turn and roll there to his rib cage to allow him to work any higher in his class. Plain and simple, the one that comes next, if we lengthen his hip, he moves up considerably higher in this class, because that is a big-armed, really stout-jawed one that's immaculate in terms of just freshness and skin and hair. You get right on top of him, his loin edge and just the dimension he feeds out of the backside of his blade width are unmatched in this class. Plain and simple, he's just got to be longer hipped. If he's longer hipped, we talk him several spots higher in this class. Really good rib, good bodied, good centered kind of a show barrel comes next. He just comes in too many pieces for me out here. He's a little flatter on his front feet. He's a little crestier right there at the top of his neck. And then I got to make him transition through his ham-loin junction just a notch differently. But his practicality, his added rib and body allow him to go ahead and get to the top end. The one that comes next reminds me a lot of the barrel that went in 3 in terms of just body texture, in terms of shape and spread and freshness. He gets a little too refined in terms of just foot bone and feature, but more importantly, I've got to strengthen his top line. I've got to redesign him about his hip and rump. Just gets too steep and round for me out here today. We continue to work through these. I thought the depth of the quality was good. We got a couple really muscular ones, just need to be hinged looser off of both ends of their skeleton, and we run into a trio of them that just got to be fresher. They've just got to have more horsepower to get any higher today. Really good class. My compliments to the individuals. Let's give them a nice hand.
Results of class number 2. In 12th place, Maylee Reese. 11th went to Bailey Danner. 10th, Paisley Oglesby. 9th place, Kinley Crone. 8th place, Sutton Straka. 7th place, Wynn West. 6th place, Kinley Davis. 5th went to Gannon Jarvis. Bellamy Sasson was 4th. Sutton Winter was 3rd. 2nd place was Colton Kephart, and the winner was Colby Cosmaker. In the ring is class number 3. Upon completion of class 3, the Champion Drive of Yorks. First call for the champion drive of the Yorks. First call, champion drive of Yorks. This is your first call. First and seconds, please come back in. First and seconds out of class 1 and 2, please report back to the holding area. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Second call for the champion drive of the Yorks. Second call. We need first and seconds of class 1 and 2 back in the holding area for the champion drive.
Well, they test. Check, test, chest. Hey guys, hold on. It says I've got battery, but
I'll trade you out. The only difference is it goes out there too, but
check. Well, as we get into this heavyweight Yorkshire class, I think there's a ton of quality represented within these initial three. But in the same breath, I think you could talk about changing each one of them in a place or two, and I think that's what makes it close as we work through this initial trio. The one right here in front of me of these three heavyweights just hits me as the freshest, the most seamless in terms of his transitions. I like his moderation in terms of his frame size. He's got an extra big kind of a forearm working on him, and I think where he has the decided advantage is when you get right on top of him, he's just so much bolder through his midsection of his body. He opens with more spread and dimension coming out of the backside of his blade. He just fits together better for me from the side view profile than the one that comes in two. No doubt, I think we could talk about lengthening his hip, but I think you could talk about that on all three of them here in the initial trio. Young ladies, that comes next, extra heavy duty kind of a show barrel. I like his forearm shape, and I like the set and cushion to his lower joints up front. He's got extra big square toes. He's got a test.
Test.
This one's out again. I don't know if that one's on. Check. Test. It's real quiet. There we go. He's got extra big square toes up front, but unfortunately, when I get off to the side, the highest part of him is right there at his pins and his hip. He wants to run downhill from there. He just doesn't tie together as seamlessly from the side view profile. He's just not as bold and three-dimensional when I get right on top of him, but that look through the front one-third of his body, his head shape, his arm shape, I think all those things are next level, allow him to go ahead and get into the top end of this particular class. The one that comes in three, I thought in some ways resembled our class winner in terms of his body texture, in terms of his looseness out of his shoulder blade. I thought of the initial trio when I got right on top of him and got into him. He was the least descript in terms of his back shape, feeding out of the backside of his blade. I've got to give him more turn to his loin edge. I've just got to edge him up high and give him more shape. But again, I certainly admire him just from a stoutness and looseness perspective. He does all those things well. Big rib, big-bodied one comes next that has some shape and muscle up high. He's really three-dimensional when you get right on top of him. I don't think it matches down low, particularly when we study his rear bone and rear foot size. I've got to intensify his bone just to make it match what he's got up high, but that's, again, a well-presented, well-driven one. The one that comes next, I sent to the scales late because my initial impression of him was he's just a little racy. He's a little long-bodied and just doesn't proportion as well, and those things hold true when he comes back out here. He's extra heavy duty in terms of his skeleton. I just have to moderate him in terms of his length of body and power him up through his midsection, but again, young lady sticks with it and does an awesome job there. That's a good kind of a Yorkshire bear to go in five. One that comes next I like in terms of just shape and muscle and looseness of his skeleton. He's another one I've got to moderate in terms of his length of body and frame size and just make him huskier through the mid portion of his body. We continue to work down through here, and I think we run into some feet and leg issues. We run into some maturity issues in terms of just how fresh they are, but a good class. My compliments to him as a head back. Good pig, buddy. I like him from the side. He just gets a little wide going away.
Results of class number 3. In ninth place, Savannah Hinton. 8th went to Cooper Sutherland. 7th, Creedon Woods. 6th place went to Cooper Overstreet. 5th, Kinley Crone. 4th place went to Griffin Ritchie. 3rd, London Dean. 2nd, Camlin Mason. And the winner of class number 3, Wyatt Ludick. Class number 1, this is your champion drive. 2nd place in class 1, Riley Joseph. Class 2, second place, Colton Kephart. And Class 3, second place, Camlin Mason. First place out of class number 1, Madeline Gardner. First place out of class number 2, Colby Cosmaker. And first place out of class number 3, Wyatt Ludick. That's your champion drive for the Yorks, folks. Champion drive for the Yorks. We're going to take about a 10-minute break after the Yorks before we start into the crossbreds. 10-minute break after the Yorks before we start into the crossbreds. Thank you.
Well, I think a good set of these class-winning Yorkshire Barrows out here. If you would, let's put our hands together, congratulate these 3 young people on a job well done. I'll be honest with you that maybe this breed presented as many challenges as any that I've had the opportunity to work through, and I don't mean that negatively. I just mean that, man, there were some parts and pieces to work with, yet some hogs that we'd sure like to change in an area or two. As the 3 of them come back out here, particularly from the side view profile, one of them just hits me with more extras. Same one, I think, just blends together and ties together better in terms of proportionality, in terms of his seams and the way he fits together. He's just more my speed in terms of what we want ours to look like. That's that lightweight. Congratulations to that young lady.
Champion York goes to Madeline Gardner. Madeline Gardner's your champion York.
As we get ready to tie your 3rd overall, I sincerely mean that I think you could make a case for about any one of these to be your reserve. And again, it's been a fun but challenging breed to work through. I think there's one that just shoulder blade forward gives such a unique look. I think he's so appropriate in terms of the set to his shoulder and the cushion to his front knee. He maybe just wasn't as stout and burly as that one we named champion. But I think when we step back and ask ourselves which one just pieces together the best, which one offers some extras in terms of stoutness, still does it in a mobile, athletic kind of package. That's a young lady to my right. She's going to be a reserve Yorkshire.
Your reserve champion is Colby Cosmaker. Colby Cosmaker is your reserve champion York. Again, 10-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. thing on this one is it come up as soon as, and then it goes to calc. I don't know what that means.
Oh, okay. Let me go up and.
And then it goes, see, it gives me a time after that. So I don't know what's going on, but all I know
Class 1, crossbreds, come to the ring, please. Class 1.
Check 1 2. Check check. Check 1 2 3 4. Check 1 2 3 4. Check. Check check. Check 1 2 3 4. We okay now? Good. Second call. Second call. For the first class of crossbreds, this is your second call. Second call for the first class of crossbreds. Second call. Call. Last call for class number 1 of the crossbreds. Last call. Okay. Molly Tucker. Molly Tucker, please report to the holding pins with your crossbred. First call for class number 2. First call for class number 2 across us. First call.
Good.
Ready to try a delicious change? Serving your family American lamb from Superior Farms. There are so many ways to enjoy lamb with the easy recipes at superiorfarms.com. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Yeah, thank you. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. There are water bottles available that the stock show has provided in the pins. Please do not bring your own water bottles back to the holding area. Please do not bring your own water bottles, your personal water bottles. Please don't bring them back to the holding area. There are water bottles here that are provided by the National Western. Thank you. Second call for Class 2. Second call for Class 2.
Well, this we get into these crosses, and certainly gets a guy's blood pumping. And I'll be honest, this class winner, I saw him coming down the alleyway back there, and I thought, holy moly! And he comes out here, and he's my kind, plain and simple. He's stout-headed, he's big-chested, he's soft and pliable through his mid-body, yet he still stays so proportional. He just fits this particular weight so well. Comes with extras, yet he's good skeleton. You want to get real critical, you could maybe relax his rear pastern just a shade, but I think he wins this class, and he does so in a pretty commanding fashion. The one that comes in two, I love just from a freshness of his mid-body and freshness of his shape standpoint. When I get right on top of him, he's not nearly as husky through his forerib and mid-body as the bear directly ahead of him. And then when I get off to the side of him, he just doesn't proportion as well, particularly right there at his ham-loin junction. He wants to get a little wastier back through his flank and lower 1/3 there, but that's a good pig to go ahead and be in two. The one that comes in three, I like, again, in terms of frame size and proportionality. He does all those things exceptionally well. I thought of the initial trio, he was the shortest out of his hip and rump, and as a result, the longer we ask that guy to go, he just wants to start to get a little searchy out of his rear too, but man, that is a stout, fresh, well-presented one. All those things certainly work out to his advantage. Really practical one, comes in four, and I love him just from a balance and build and athleticism standpoint. He reaches and goes and covers surface out here as well as any of them. When I get right up on him, though, of the initial four, he's the plainest. He's the plainest in terms of his feature. He's the plainest in terms of his edges and shape up high, but again, a really practical one to go ahead and come next. The one that comes, the louder marked white-tailed one that comes next, another stouty, big chested when he comes right at you. He wants to get just a little piecier when I get off to the side of him in terms of his ham loin and the way that all hooks up. Then I just got to make him more comfortable. I got to make him go with more authority out of his hip and rear leg and pull his hock back inside of him ever so slightly. But man, what a good top end to this first class. One that comes next, bigger outline. He gets a little searchy out of his hip and rear leg. He wants to flatten just a bit through his mid-body there. We continue to work down. I thought a lights out good class here to get started. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young people.
Results of Class 1 of the Crossbreds. In 10th place, Rhett Forkner. 9th went to Cash Shelton. 8th, Kinley Shrevogel. 7th, Nora Kirkpatrick. 6th, Lillian Bowling. 5th place went to Katie Willis. 4th, Santos Oliveras. 3rd place, J.C. Backman. 2nd place, Allie Adams. And 1st place, was Carlina Tannen. Third. I got J.C. Backman as third. First call for class number 3. First call for class number 3 of the crossbreds. First call. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but out of Class 1, that was Jace Stotts that was third. Jace Stotts was third in Class 1. Thank you.
Do I need to start placing them on my page too?
Second call for Class 3. Second call for Class 3. You can scan the release form off the wall. Those that are wanting to leave, you can scan the release form off the walls. They're around there, they're out there in the barn, attached to the wall. Thank you. good?
No, I'm just, but don't leave.
Oh. Abram Wales, Dax Inman, and Waverly Millard. We need you to report to the holding area with your crossbred animals. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show.
Well, I think another really good class in terms of depth of quality. Young lady right there in the reds got her class winner, and this one hits me so good in terms of a lighter weight barrel that looks like he's ready to rock and roll today. Yet his maturity pattern reads that he's potentially even got better days ahead. Starts at the tip of his nose. Just the depth to his jaw and shape to his head is tremendous. He's got a decided advantage over the barrel that comes in two when he drives right at me in terms of squareness from chest, knee to ground. I think he's got the advantage in terms of just the shape and roll to the midsection of his body. Again, that one hits me as a lightweight barrel that's ready to rock and roll today. He reads with an awesome kind of a maturity pattern. One that comes next, he's awesome from the side. I love just his proportionality, the angulation to his blade, and just the length and levelness out of his hip. He's got awesome cushion there to his lower joints, particularly his rear pastern when he plants and just grabs a gear. I think he functions so well. I think that's where he has the advantage over the ones that come in 3 and 4. What gets him beat is when he comes right at me, he's not as good in his chest and knee as that barrel directly ahead of him, but that one's absolutely killer from the side view profile. That's another one that reads like he could potentially even have better days ahead. The one that comes next is more maxed out in terms of just shape and texture to his body than the barrel directly ahead of him. I didn't think his hip and rear leg functioned quite as well, particularly when you study him at the ground and study his rear pastern. When he gets a little lax there in terms of speed, he maybe wants to knuckle on his rear pastern. Then he just doesn't give you the same look blade forward as what that 1 and 2 does. But I'm telling you, that's a good show barrel to go ahead and be in 3. My compliments to the young man. Really stout one comes next, and I like how bold and stout he is. He almost gets a bit too wide off of both ends of his skeleton. He wants to get out at his elbow and then out at his hock when he turns and goes directly away from me. And then at this particular stage of the game, he reads maybe just a notch quicker in terms of his maturity pattern, but that is a stout, rugged one. Certainly admire him from that standpoint. One that comes next, well presented, well driven, kind of a belted show barrel. He gives you a good look coming out of the gate. He gives you a good look from the side view profile. When I step right in behind him, he simply wants to get too wide at his hock when he goes away. Really competitive class to work through here. One that comes next just needs the hinge better out of his hip and rear leg. Really late maturing looking blue one that could potentially have better days ahead. He's just got to be more maxed out for me here today. Then we run into some structural issues here as we round out our top 10. Good class of those crosses. My compliments to those young people.
Results of class number 2 of the crossbreds. In 10th place, Case Thompson. 9th went to Cade Smith. 8th, Darian Vance. 7th place, Cade Cowan. 6th place, Caleb Hackbart. 5th place went to Harlan Gamez. 4th was Dale LaFlamboy Jr. 3rd place, Bo Bucci. 2nd place was Beckham Salopek. And the winner of class number 2 was Hayden Shield Knight. Entering the ring is class number 3. Class 3 of the crossbreds entering the ring. First call for class 4. First call for class number 4 of the crossbreds. Second call for class number 4 of the crossbreds. Second call for class number 4. Last call for class number 4. Last call for class number 4 of the crossbreds. The tradition continues with the Colorado Farm Show taking place at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado, January 27th, 28th, and 29th. Approximately 300 ag-related exhibitors, 3 days of seminars, and more. Admission is free, and the $5 parking raises funds to support youth in agriculture through scholarships. Visit us at coloradofarmshow.com.
Well, I think another really good class of these lighter weights, and I think both of these bring so much good to the table. Yet in the same breath, I think both of them complement each other very, very well. I like to just start with the young man's belted barrel there. He's just one. When I step off to the side view profile of him, I prefer his length of body, his moderation in terms of his length of body. I think he's a deeper-hearted, just deeper-centered individual. I think he blends just a notch better there at his ham-loin junction. And then I think the deciding factor for me is test, check, test, check, test. There we go. I think the deciding factor for me is when I step right in behind him, he's more secure about where his hock sits in him. He's just more coordinated as he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg there. I think a really nice kind of barrel to win. The 1 and 2 brings some far-reaching pieces. That is a heavy boned, big-armed barrel that's unmatched in the initial trio in terms of stoutness. He's got as big an arm and foot as anything that we've got to work with. I alluded to he maybe gets a fraction longer bodied than the barrel that precedes him in class. As a result, he reads just a little harder right there through his full rib and mid body. I get right in behind him. I'd like to bring his left hock back inside of him just a shade. I think that's one of those pigs though that reads like if he's afforded the opportunity to go on and he does the right things and fleshes up through his mid body, I think that one could have a bright future as he goes forward. Really practical one comes next. He's moderate in frame size. He's moderate in his length of body. He's got a good turn to his loin edge when I get right on top of him. Of the initial trio, he's the lowest set up front and the least desirable in terms of a look and extension standpoint. I've just got to tie him higher and tighter and neater out of his head and neck. Just give him that more unique look from blade forward that the two barrels ahead of him got. The ones that come out of 4 and 5, we can can kind of let them roll out together. I think they're barrows that are presented incredibly well in terms of their skin and hair. They're good ribbed, good bodied, muscular kind of show barrows. They both got the same problem. They need to be longer out of their hip. They just need to function better out of their rear skeleton to get any higher today. A longer bodied one here that needs to be thicker centered, just needs to balance a notch better. Then we run into some feet and leg issues. We run into some balance issues. But I thought another awesome class. Let's put our hands together and congratulate those young folks.
Results of class number 3. In 11th place, Caitlin Stanley. 10th went to Hudson Schmidt. 9th, Abram Wales. 8th place, Adeline Brumley. 7th place, Jake Smart. 6th place, Sadie McWhorter. 5th place was Waverly Millard. 4th, Hadley Devitt. 3rd place went to Tyler Steinkamp. 2nd, Carter Schott. And 1st, Dax Inman. Entering the ring is class number 4. Take your clipping and fitting skills to the next level with the eMerge and Pulse ZR2 clippers from Andis. Experience the perfect trifecta of control, power, and efficiency to reach flawless finishes. Find them at your Andis dealer today. First call for class 5. First call for class 5 of the crossbreds. First call. Second call. Second call for class number 5 of the crossbreds. Second call. Last call. Last call for Class 5 of the Crossbreds. Last call. John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now, and remember, nothing runs like a Deere. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you.
Well, I think a really good pair that surfaced to the top end of this particular drive, and I feel like there's just there's more extras in the young lady in the red there. He's a bolder chested, just stouter featured barrow, and as you step off to the side of him and just watch the pigs come and go, I think he's just so much more appropriate in terms of the angle and set to his shoulder. The cushion to his front foot just allows him to hinge looser out of his shoulder blade and front end. He's longer stronger out of his hip and rump, and as a result, I think he just hinges better off of both ends of his skeleton. And as I alluded to, that one gives you just an absolutely wild look about his head and neck and the way it attaches to his body. That's a good show pig to win this particular class. The one that comes in two, I prefer maybe just a texture to his mid-body and the way that his spine sits in him over the barrel that comes in two. But as I alluded to, he's a little more upright in terms of the angle to his shoulder blade. He just doesn't reach and go as comfortably. He doesn't drive at me as bold and wide and square as the barrel directly ahead of him. But again, that is his rib cage is good. His shape up high is good. He just again doesn't hinge just quite as loose off either end of his skeleton. But he paints just an awesome silhouette from the side view profile. I like that pair a great deal, and I think they surface to the top of this class and do so pretty handily. A really bold-chested, soft-centered kind of a show barrow comes next. I thought of the initial trio when I stepped off to the side of them. This one just came in too many pieces. He's a tall-shouldered, extended barrel about his head and neck. He just wants to pull apart too much there at his ham-loin junction. Then the longer we ask that individual to drive, he just wants to search outside of his body wall ever so slightly. But again, that's getting nitpicky on a good pig. The one that comes out of four, still dealing with high quality livestock. His cage and his center body is tremendously good. My issue with this one lies is we see some really heavy bone pigs that have small feet. His rear feet need to be bigger. He needs to be stronger in his top line, and he just needs to proportion a notch better for me. But there's no denying that one in terms of the roll and shape to his cage. I think he's excellent from that standpoint. Good pattern, good designed one comes next, and the young man in the orange right there, he's the most disappointing of the initial five when I get right up on top of him in terms of spread and just his loin edge coming out of the back of his blade. I've just got to make him bulkier in terms of his mid-body to get any higher in a really competitive class. Good design, good pattern one comes next. The young lady shows the wheels off of this thing out here. I've got to make him stouter and just give him more meat animal product. He's got good shape. He just needs more dimension for me. A really heavy boned one's got to be a notch squarer when I get right in behind him. And then as we work through the remainder of the class, again, feet and legs and just flexibility got to be better to get any higher. Excellent class. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Results of class number 4. In 10th place, Connor Venning. 9th place went to Maylee Reese. 8th, Lillian Bowling. 6th place. Excuse me, 7th place, Lily Willis. 6th, Paige Bishop. 5th place goes to Sloan Stedge. 4th place, Baylor Lott. 3rd was Dallas Martinez. 2nd was Mason Albus. And 1st place in class number 4 was Tatum Beck Price. Class 5 is in the ring. First call for your champion drive. First call for the champion drive of the Division 1. First call for champion drive of Division 1. First and seconds out of class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 will be here. Need to report back to the holding area for the Champion Drive Division 1.
31-27.
Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities. Second call. Second call for Division 1 Champion Drive. Second call for Division 1 Champion Drive. First and seconds out of 1, 2, 3, 4. Report back to the holding area. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors exiting the ring at this time. Thank you.
Well, I think as we round out the lightweight division, we've got a real good pair that surfaces to the top here, and I think there is some give and take. One of them's absolutely maxed out in terms of chest and shape up high, but I think the one that starts the class is just the best in terms of his skeleton. It starts up front, his shoulder set, and just the cushion to his lower joints allows him to reach more comfortably out of his shoulder blade and front end. You get right into him, and he's just a huskier option in the mid portion of his body. And I think his length of hip and just functionality of his rear skeleton is where he beats the bear that comes in too. That's one that just does so many things well without a major hole, yet does them to a high degree. I like that one a good deal to go ahead and win this particular class. The one that comes in too, no doubt, he's maxed out in terms of just his chest width when he comes right at you. He's maxed out in terms of his shape and muscle up high. He didn't read as good right there through his heart and his midsection of his body, but it's this view right here. When I step off to the side of him, I don't read him as long and level out of his hip and rump, and you get right in behind him. He wants to push to the edge, particularly his left rear. As you watch him go directly away from you, just wants to get too far outside of him. But my compliments to him. Skin, hair, hydration, all those things are absolutely out of this world good. That's a good pig to go ahead and be in 2. The one that comes in 3, I love this one, center body. I maybe talk about rib cages more than some folks, but this one's 4 rib. His depth to his heart, his outward turn to his cage, I think is just absolutely tremendous. He gets beat in terms of just head and neck and the way it attaches to his body. And then when I step right in behind him, I thought of the initial 3. He was the most disappointing in terms of just the flare he had to his hip and stifle when he goes right away from me. But the hog breeder in me, I'm drawn to that one. I want to know how he's bred, because I think where he's good, he's got some very outlying pieces. One that comes next, shoulder blade back, I can get into some things about this one. He's heavy boned, he's fresh backed, he stays relatively comfortable in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. I've got to change his head, I've got to change the way it attaches to his body, I've just got to change his skull shape and lay his shoulder blade back in him a notch. But that's a very, very neat kind of a pig to go ahead and be in 4. One that comes next, I bet was a wild looking baby pig. His head and neck and just jawline and forearm are also good. I think of the initial 5, he's the steepest out of his hip and rump, and then he just wants to pull apart too much at his ham loin. We continue to work down through here, man. I thought they came good. I thought the young people did an awesome job. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them.
Results of class number 5. In 10th place, Hagen Smith. 9th went to Grant Jarez. 8th was Kennedy Woods. 7th place, Madeline Kilgro. 6th place, Magnolia Waldrip. 5th place went to Carson Bickle. 4th to Toby Lichty. 3rd was Jory Boardwine. 2nd, Braylon Pollard. And 1st place was Madeline Norvell. Now we're here for the division champion in the crossbreds. First Division 1 champions. 2nd place in Class 1, Allie Adams. 2nd place in Class 2, Beckham Salopek. 2nd place in Class 3, Carter Schott. 2nd place in Class 4, Mason Albus. 2nd place in Class 5, Braylon Pollard. Now to the first placers. First place in Class 1, Carlina Tannen. First place in Class 2, Hayden Shieldknight. First place in Class 3, Dax Inman. First place in Class 4, Tatum Beck Price. And first place in Class number 5, Madeline Norvell. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Division I Champion Drive. Division I Champion Drive for the Crossbreds.
Dr. Martin said that the vets are pulling hair.
Yes. First call for Class 6. First call for Class 6. Second call for Class number 6. Second call for Class number 6.
Well, I knew the crossbreds would be good, but man, this first division I think is absolutely lights out good. Let's put our hands together, congratulate these 5 young people on an awesome set. These are all what I would call my kind. I think there's one of them that's just a little bit different. He's rounder bodied. He's wilder looking. He still stays incredibly proportional. He's heavy boned. First time I saw him, he rounded that corner, and I said, holy moly. I saw him early in this division. Young lady out of Class 1's got your champion.
Your champion out of Division I is Carlina Tannen. Carlina Tannen is your champion Division I crossbred. Just a reminder, we do top 5 in the divisions, top 5 in the divisions.
As we get ready to tie your reserve in this particular division, it comes down to the 2 barrows to my right, the narrow-belted one, and then the young lady there in the red. I think these are the ones that bring extras and do it in a balanced package. I think in that pair, there's one of them that just reads a little huskier through his forerib and center portion of his body. I think the same barrow, his spine just sits in him a notch more appropriately for me. That's a young lady right here with the narrow belt. He's reserved D1.
Your reserve champion comes out of Class number 5, Madeline Norvell. Madeline Norvell is your reserve champion Division I crossbred. And again, we go through top 5 for the division.
Well, this is the last time I'll take the mic. I'll talk your 3rd overall, and then we'll just go out and grab you 4 and 5 as they drop them out. I think that barrow that just comes out of that class is certainly one that jumps into the mix of things. I talked about him in class about how I'd maybe tweak the angle to his shoulder. the angle to his shoulder and his hock as he goes directly away from me. That other one I just discussed a minute ago, I think his look from blade forward is absolutely unmatched in this class. I think that hog going forward, I know we're probably not supposed to project him, but if his spine will stay good, and I think if his rib cage will continue to come, I think that's one, if he gets more days on feed, that could get incredibly good going forward. I like him next best. Congratulations.
Third in Division One was Tatum Beck Price. Fourth was Braylon Pollard, and fifth was Mason Albus. Next in the ring is class number 6. Class 6 entering the ring. First call for class 7. First call for class number 7. First call. Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck. Second call for class number 7. Second call for class number 7.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors that are leaving the ring at this time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there we had a pair of glasses turned in. They're up here at the announcer's table, and they seem to be prescription glasses. So if you lost a pair of glasses, they're up here at the announcer's table. Last call for class number 7. Last call for class number 7. Santos Oliveras, please report to the holding area with your crossbred for Class 7. Santos Oliveras, please report to the holding area for Class 7 with your crossbred. Superior Farms is committed to the care of the flock. Our employee owners believe good things come from putting the flock first. Get the story at superiorfarms.com.
As we work into this next class, I think this top 5 or 6 in this particular class, maybe as deep as any class of crosses that I've had the opportunity to sort through here this afternoon, and I think they're big league good. I do think it's close between this initial pair because I do think there's some trade-offs, but I think just the heaviest duty, best skeleton, most comfortable one is the young man's right here in front of me. His set to his blade, his cushion to his front foot and knee, and then you couple that with his just length of hip and just his flexibility out of his hip and rear leg, particularly when I get right in behind him as he goes away, his squareness to his hock, his squareness to his rear foot as he hits the ground. He pushes and drives with so much authority. He shows you the entire bottom of his foot as he goes away. That's hard to do when you make one that stout, that burly, to keep them that correct in their skeleton. I like that pig a good deal to go ahead and win this drive. The one that comes in 2, I think I prefer his body shape and just the softness to his heart and his rib cage better. He's got a beautiful kind of a show barrel head as you get into him. I think he's probably even got a slight advantage in terms of just shape and muscle right up there on the top side of his skeleton. I didn't read him to be as heavy duty, and then in the same breath, we didn't drive him overly long, in my opinion. He just doesn't stay as collected in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg, particularly when I step right in behind him. He wants to push that hock, that left rear to the outside of his body ever so slightly. That's an awesome presented, well-driven pig. My compliments to the young lady. The one that comes next, man, if we just prop him up and take a picture of him, you could get into this one big time. I thought within the initial trio, he was the highest and tightest in terms of his spine, and then when we study his rear leg and his rear foot, he needs a bigger rear foot and needs more cushion and give to his rear pastern. He just needs to be able to dig in and plant and go with more authority before we can get him any higher. But man, his freshness, his proportions, his rib cage, all those things are incredibly good. My compliments to the young lady on a job well done. Absolutely wild looking one comes next. When we view this guy from the side, he is so neat headed neat about his jawline and the way it ties into the base of his chest. It's when he comes right at me that he rolls into the 4-hole. I've got to square him from his knee to the ground. And then I thought of the initial 4. When I get right up on him, I just need to see more meat animal shape. I just need to see more horsepower up high. Really intriguing pig comes next. I'd like to know how this one's bred. He's not perfect, but he's far-reaching. I think he's got big bones. I think he's got a huge kind of rib cage working in him. He's a little wastier about the lower 1/3 of his jaw and then through the lower 1/3 of his body. I get right in behind him. I've got to square him going directly away. But again, that one is very intriguing to me. He offers some far-reaching pieces. We work through the rest of these. One that comes next just got to be sounder off his rear too. Next one's got to be heavier boned. I thought an awesome class. Let's put our hands together and show those young people our appreciation.
Results of class number 6. 10th place, Bailey Danner. 9th place went to Cale Underwood. 8th, Luke Charles. 7th place, Brandon McDaniel. 6th place was Presley Buckmaster. 5th place, Colby Darling. 4th went to Tristan Salopek. 3rd, Carlina Tannen. 2nd was JC Cantrell. And 1st place in class number 6 was Brody Pryor. Entering the ring is class number 7. Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show. First call for class number 8. First call for class number 8. Second call for class number 8. Second call. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you. Last call for class number 8. Last call for class number 8 of the Crossbreds. Last call.
was we get into this next class. We weighed several of them back, and honestly, it falls together or comes together pretty handily for me. I think the young man's wider belted, white-legged one there just suits me better from a proportionality standpoint. In particular, his length of body and frame size is more appropriate than the bear that comes in two, and as a result, that just allows him to be better through his forearm and the midsection of his body. I think just there's not anything that blows you away about that particular bear, but he's so functional and again so proportional. That's what allows him to go ahead and win this particular drive. The one that comes in two is absolutely got some wild pieces in terms of just look and presence and height of shoulder. He's long hipped and extra bendy about his rear leg. Unfortunately, he's just too long bodied for me, and as a result, his spine wants to get a little easy. He wants to get a little flatter there in his forearm. But again, his look, his flexibility, and just the way he handles the arena surface out here, I think he needs to be at the top end here. I've just got to, again, moderate him in terms of his length of body. One that comes next is one that reads more appropriate in terms of his length of body. He just becomes too general in terms of his look for me, particularly from blade forward. He's the plainest looking out of the first three. He's the most upright about his shoulder set and front end. And then when I get right on top of him, I thought he was the plainest in terms of just back shape and freshness. But again, I like that one's proportions. I like his rib and body. I've just got to make him wilder looking up front. The one that comes in four, I gave this pig every opportunity in the world to get comfortable out here because the front 2/3, his skull, his arm, his rib cage, just the amount of dimension he's got up high are incredibly good. He just acts a little constipated out here, and as a result, he just reads higher and tighter in his spine and then just wants to search too much outside of his body wall. If I could relax his spine and just make him stay more collected about his hip and rear leg, there's no doubt that that one moves up substantially higher within this particular drive. Really practical, good built one comes next. He finds his way into a pen just in terms of functionality. He's really good in terms of his angles and joints. He's long hipped and he stays comfortable out here. I've just got to see more to him. He needs more horsepower. He just needs to be bulkier and broader from end to end. The one that comes next is a bulkier, just broader made individual. Of the first 5 or 6, though, I thought he was the most refined about foot and bone. Particularly, you study his front foot and arm. I've got to make him heavier duty and heavier skeleton before we can talk him any higher. Really good built one, needs more bone, needs more feature. Then we run into some feet and leg issues as we work on down. A couple of them just need to be fresher in terms of their shape. Another really good class. My compliments to the exhibitors as a head back.
Results of class number 7. In 10th place, Dawson Dever. 9th went to Case Thompson. 8th, Isabel Shaw. 7th place, Hayes Heiner. 6th place, Olivia Brumley. 5th place, Creedon Woods. 4th went to Kane Cooper. 3rd to Haley Walker. 2nd to Briley Byers. And 1st place in class 7, Reed Dorman. Entering the ring is class 8. Class 8 entering the ring. First call for class number 9. First call for class number 9. Second call for class number 9. Second call for class number 9. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you. Last call for class 9. Last call for class number 9.
Well, I think a really good class to work through, but honestly, I don't even think it's close in terms of where we need to start. This loud marked one, when you get off to the side of that one, man, I can get excited. His head shape, his arm shape, the setting angle to his blade, the texture to his rib cage. You study his length of hip and the way he ties together there at his ham-loin junction. He has the advantage over the bear that comes in two. You step right in behind him. He's square hip hock to ground than the bear that comes in two. And again, that is an absolutely deadly looking one from the side view profile. He hits me pretty good to go ahead and win this particular drive. The one that comes in two, man, initially when I thought he came out here, he was one of the first ones that I got to send to the scale. And another one that's lights out good from the side view profile. He's tall shouldered. He's big armed. He's really soft and pliable through his forerib and mid body. He just doesn't tie together quite as well as the bear that wins this class right there through his ham-loin junction. And then I get right in behind him. He's not as square from hip hock to ground as that class winner, but again, from the side view profile, man, that one's another one I dig. That's a good pair to go ahead and be 1 and 2 in this particular class. The one that comes in 3, awesome presented in terms of just his skin and hair and body texture. He's a bear that suits me so well from that standpoint. I thought of the initial trio, he was maybe the poorest designed. He wants to close up at his knee when he comes right at me. He reads to be a little shorter about his hip and rump, and as a result, he just wants to search too far outside of his body wall as I get right in behind him and watch him go directly away from me. One that comes next, really intriguing, high-headed, tall-shouldered, flat-backed one that's got great big legs. He gets a little more upright in terms of the angle to his blade and his front end, but for me, more importantly, when I get right up on him and get into him, he's just too flat in terms of his cage. He just needs more roll and shape to his mid-body. He needs to read with a cleaner hock joint, but again, that's an absolutely just wild-looking one from the side view profile. Tremendously big rib, big centered, soggy centered one that comes next. Almost works to his disadvantage just a little bit. He's so big-ribbed and big-bodied that it throws him out of balance just a shade. I've got to square him up on his rear leg. One that comes next gives you a good look. He gets a little longer bodied and as a result just doesn't tie together as well or proportion up quite as well. Incredible skin and hair comes next. The young man there in the orange, that one just gets too outside of himself and too piecey in terms of the way he fits together. Then, 8, 9, and 10, I think these are still quality kind of a market hogs. Just need to tweak them a bit in terms of their feet and legs. I thought an awesome kind of class and really good class winner. My compliments to the young people as they head back.
Results of class number 8. In 10th place, Katie Butler. 9th went to Lane Stedgy. 8th place, Grant Jarez. 7th place, Landon Charles. 6th was Maverick Boardwine. 5th place, Avery Layton. 4th place was Braden Bowers. 3rd was Chloe Kemp. 2nd, Riker Johnson. And 1st, Madeline Gray. I just got a update. Champion Drive, Grand Drive tonight is at 7 o'clock. The Grand Drive for the swine has been moved back to 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock for the Grand Drive tonight. Thank you. First call for class number 10. First call for class number 10. First call. Second call for class number 10. Second call for class number 10.
Well, as we get into this next class, I thought we had a relatively easy class winner in the previous class, and I think same scenario here again. This black-headed target-butted one wins and does so real quick. Awesome in terms of angle and shape to his blade, cushion to his lower joints. He's moderate yet so proportional. He's so good in terms of his cage, his depth to his cage, and just depth to his body while still maintaining maintaining a good underline. When he gets into right gear and gets going, everything stays collected and hinged right behind. I think that one comes to the forefront in this class and does so relatively handy. Once again, I think that's a really, really good pig. The one that comes in two, man, heavy bone, good looking. He's tall shouldered. He's extended out through his head and neck. In comparison to our class winner, he wants to flatten through his forerib and mid body. He's not as seamless as he hooks up right there at his ham loin junction. And then I get right in behind him and he wants to push his left rear to the outside of his body. Just kind of ran into a buzzsaw of a class. He could have potentially won some of the other classes. I thought we just had a really good one to start with. The young lady that comes next, I apologize to her that maybe I didn't get her sent to the scale right away, but this is one of those individuals, just the longer he's out here, the more he grows on me. He's good in the base of his chest. He's good in terms of just the texture to his mid-body. He's incredibly shapely and fresh when I get right up on him. He just gets a little more uncoordinated in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg, but certainly just a really solid, practical one that comes with some extras to go ahead and be in three. One that comes next gives you an awesome look from the side view profile. He's stout about his head. He's big about his arm. He gives you a really proportional, balanced kind of look from the side view profile. He just wants to flatten too much through his mid-body and particularly right there through his heart girth, and then he gets just a little rounder out of his hip and rump, but certainly one you appreciate just in terms of that look he gives you from the side view profile in terms of that silhouette he paints. Just really a practical one that comes next. He's good in terms of skin and hair. He's fresh and he's got some muscle. There's just got to be a whole lot more to him. He needs to be wider and bolder off of both ends of his skeleton before we can consider him any higher. Really well presented one that comes next, kind of the same scenario. He's good and practical, good rib, good bodied. He needs more look and extension, and then he just needs more volume of muscle when I get right on top of him. Young man does an awesome job of getting that one driven. We continue to work through these. Again, depth of quality's been awesome all day. Let's continue to show these young people our appreciation as they head back.
Results of class number 9. In 12th place, Lane Zortman. 10th place, Wade White. 9th, Briley Nimsey. In 8th place, Maylee McLennan. 7th place went to Evelyn Wilson. 6th, Debrecen Kissling. 5th place went to Reed Dorman. 4th place, Cade Simpson. 3rd, Brooklyn Flinker. 2nd, Colin Nabuda. And 1st place in class number 9 was Sutton Straka. Class 10 in the ring. Class number 10 entering the ring. Upon completion of class 10, we will have Division 2 Champion Drive. Division 2 Champion Drive upon completion of class number 10. First and second of 6, 7, 8, and 9 will come back for the Champion Drive. The tradition continues with the Colorado Farm Show taking place at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado, January 27th, 28th, and 29th. Approximately 300 ag-related exhibitors, 3 days of seminars, and more. Admission is free, and the $5 parking raises funds to support youth in agriculture through scholarships. Visit us at coloradofarmshow.com. First call for Division II Champion Drive. First call for Division II Champion Drive. First and second out of Class 6, 7, 8, and 9. Report back to the holding area for the Champion Drive of Division II. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors that are leaving the ring at this time. Thank you. Second call for the division championship. Second call. Last call for Division II Champion Drive. Last call for Division II Champion Drive. First and seconds need to report to the holding area. Thank you. Just a reminder, QR code is attached to the wall for the releases. QR code is attached to the wall for releases. You have to go over and scan it with your phone to get your release. Thank you. And again, the grand drive got moved back to 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock for the grand drive tonight.
Well, as we get into next to last or maybe last class, this middleweight division, I said how logically I thought the two previous classes fit together. I think the barrow that wins this particular class comes to the forefront and again does so pretty handily. Just so proportional, so comfortable. He's round-bodied. He's big-chested. He's as fresh as the day is long when you get right on top of him. Where he has the advantage over the barrow that comes in two. Just study his length of hip, study how he stays within himself as he plants and goes. He just hinges and goes so much better out of his skeleton. I think a really good place to go ahead and start this drive. The one that comes in two, he's close. I mean, he's really, really close to being lights out good. Heavy boned, good looking from shoulder blade forward. So fresh and shapely when I get right on top of him. It's just too short out of his hip and rump for me, and he just never gets comfortable in terms of the way he hinges and goes behind. If you pull that one's hock back within himself and lengthen his hip just a fraction, it could be lights out and be over with because that one's awfully close. I've just got to pull him in within himself behind and just make him hinge more comfortably as he goes to the arena surface out here. One that comes in three, man, gives you just a deadly look when he drives right out of the gate and comes at you. Stout about his jaw and big-chested. He's another one that's incredibly fresh and hydrated when I get right on top of him. Of the initial trio, again, I probably sound repetitive, but he's just too short and steep out of his hip and rump and just never gets comfortable. I need to see him go with just more flex and authority. He just needs to be more athletic out here. The one that comes next does hinge with just a looser, more comfortable kind of a rear leg. He's a tall-shouldered, elevated kind of a barrow. Gives you a really good look from blade forward. Of the initial four, he just gets too flat in terms of his forerib and mid-body. He's the most compromised in terms of just true muscle and dimension when I get right on top of him. But that's an absolutely killer kind of silhouette from the side view profile. Big-chested, big-ended one comes next. He just unfortunately comes in too many pieces for me out here. He wants to pull apart at his ham-loin junction. He needs to be a fraction longer bodied, and as a result, just sits a little higher and tighter in terms of his forerib and his mid-body. But again, that's another one. We moderate him and just flesh him up just a little bit, and I think he gets real close. One that comes next gives you a beautiful look from the side view profile. He's extra shapely. I've got to change the way he transitions there through his hip-loin junction. He wants to get just a little steeper and rounder out of his hip and rump, but I thought certainly one that needed to go to the scales. We sent every one of these to the scales, all 10 of them, and hats off to the crew getting them weighed. I've always said I'd rather weigh one or two that I shouldn't than miss one or two. I think these young people deserve it. This class, killer top to bottom. Let's put our hands together and show them some noise as they head back to the barn.
Results of class number 10. 10th place, Kylie Blem. 9th went to Violet Humphreys. 8th place, Haley Walker. 7th, Brinley Coriel. 6th place, Camden Montfort. 5th place, Callan Smith. 4th went to Sage Music. 3rd place went to Tristan Salopek. 2nd was Cade Cowan, and the winner of class number 10, Brody Everhart. First call for class number 11. Now the division. Division 2 champion drive. 2nd place in class 1, J.C. Cantrell. 2nd place in class 2, Briley Byers. Or that's class 7, excuse me. Class 2 of the division. 2nd place of class 8, Riker Johnson. 2nd place of class 9, Colin Nabuda. And 2nd place of class 10, Cade Cowan. First place out of class number 6 is Brody Pryor. First place out of class number 7, Reed Dorman. First place out of class number 8, Madeline Gray. First place out of class number 9, Sutton Straka. And first place out of class number 10, Brody Everhart. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion drive for Division II Crossbreds. Again, just a reminder, top 5 out of the division, so we'll have to go down to the 5th out of this division. Second call for class 11. Second call for class 11.
Well, what an incredible division to work through as we get these 5 class winners back out here. Let's give all 5 young people out here an awesome round of applause. I think this is big league good. There's a trio of them that kind of surfaced to me, and I think there's some give and take and some trade-offs maybe between them. But I think there's one that just reads so good about the angle to his shoulder. I think he's a hog that just he comes with more horsepower in terms of his full rib, in terms of his mid body. You get on top of him and he's absolutely maxed out up high. That's that black-headed one right there. He's going to be your division champion.
Your champion for Division II is Sutton Straka.
Taking nothing away from that one that we just drop in. It comes down to the 2 of them right here in the center of the ring for me. I think they're barrows that are very similar in terms of their type and kind, in terms of their look and extension, in terms of just the shape that they've got to the midsection of their body. I think within the pair, there's one that just reads to be that much stouter about his jaw. He's stouter about his arm. He just got a bigger rear leg working in him. I just read him again to be stouter from end to end, and just paints an absolutely beautiful picture from the side view profile. That's a young lady's barrow. He's going to be next. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion is Madeline Gray. Madeline Gray out of class number 8 is your reserve champion.
Well, this is the last time I'll take the mic here as I name your 3rd overall, and then I'll just grab you the 4th and 5th. I let the cat out of the bag. There's another one out here I like a great deal in terms of just his body shape, in terms of his hip and hind leg. I didn't read him to be quite as stout as that one that precedes him in division, but so hard to poke a major hole in. And again, man, just incredibly good in terms of his cage and his design. Young man right here in front of him is going to be next.
3rd place is Brody Everhart. Brody Everhart is your 3rd. 43-41. 10. Cade Cowan is fourth. Cade Cowan is your fourth place. And who was fifth? And fifth place is Riker Johnson out of class number 8. Next class in the ring is class 11. Class 11, next class in the ring. That's the one that first call for class number 12. First call for class number 12. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Riker Johnson, you need to find somebody with one of the orange vests on. They need you to come find them, the people with the orange vests. They need you to come find them. They're up front here. Thank you. Second call for Class 12. Second call for Class 12.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors being excused at this time. Thank you very much. Last call for class number 12. Last call for class number 12. Tatum Beck Price, Tatum Beck Price. Need you and your crossbred. Head to the holding area for class number 12.
we get into these heavies, man, what another good class to work through. In particular, these initial 3 or 4, I think, are incredibly good. Young lady in the yellow there drives our class winner, and I think that's one that's just so proportional. The look he gives you from the side, he's comfortable about his shoulder, he's good ribbed, he's good bodied. I think where he has the advantage over the barrel that comes in 2, he's better in terms of the way he ties together in his ham loin junction, and then the longer he drives, I think just the more comfortable he gets as he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. He just stays more within himself as he goes directly away, allows him to go ahead and be your class winner. This one that comes in 2, that view he gives you coming right at you, I mean, is incredible. His nose, his skull, the base of his chest, he is so bold and open and stays square, chest, knee to ground. He's got incredible turn and roll to his cage as I get right up on him. He didn't blend as seamlessly right there through his ham loin junction, and then he's the opposite of the barrel right ahead of him. The longer we drove that one, the better he got. This one, the longer we drive him, the higher and tighter he gets in his spine, the more he wants to search outside of his body cavity as he goes directly away from you. But that one brings some big league parts and pieces to the table. Job that well done by that and her crew. The black-headed one that comes next, extra heavy skeleton, certainly like that about him. He's one that when you're off to the side of him, he wants to run uphill, yet means good angulation to his shoulder and set to his front foot. I thought of the initial 3, he got to be just a little drier, maybe through his forerib and mid-body, and then another one, when I got right on top of him, he wasn't just quite as expressive in terms of his back shape, but again, that's certainly one you admire just in terms of being that heavy structured and that neat looking from the side view profile. Another really heavy structured one comes next. He just comes in too many pieces for me. He's got a great big arm, but when I get off to the side of him, he gets a little easier in terms of his spine. He wants to pull apart right there at his ham loin, and then I get right in behind him. He simply just wants to push his hock too far outside of his body, but again, his stoutness, his feature, his freshness up high, all those things certainly work to his advantage. One that comes next, again, beautifully presented in terms of skin and hair and freshness. Of the initial 4 or 5, he becomes the most refined, particularly when we study his forearm. He's just got to be stouter down low. He's got to be stronger about his front foot, and then he's another one that just becomes a little piecier. He's a little higher and tighter in his spine. He's another one that just kind of wants to duck his pins and camp up underneath of himself. Calico that comes next, big rib, big-bodied one. He's too nondescript in terms of his back shape and just muscle when I get right up on him. Black one that comes next, we sent to the scales. I like his shape and expression. I've just got to coordinate him or make him more coordinated out of his rear skeleton. We continue to work down here again. I thought lights out, good kind of class. My compliments to those exhibitors as the head back.
Results of class number 11. In 10th place, Bracy K. O'Berry. In 9th place, Brooklyn DeLeon. In 8th place, Bree Adams. 7th place, Colton Rodriguez. 6th place went to Landon Charles. 5th was Mason Albus. 4th, Brody Pryor. 3rd, Brody Everhart. 2nd place went to Addison Scott. And the winner of class number 11, Bailey Stromberger. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Cade Cohen, you need to find one of these individuals, one of these people in the orange vests. Cade Cohen, you need to find one of these people in the orange vests. They need to get with you. First call for class number 13. First call for class number 13. First call. Second call. Second call for class number 13. Second call for class number 13. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors exiting the ring at this time. Thank you.
You don't have to sit up here with him.
Last call for class number 13. Last call for class number 13.
Well, I think a really a good pair, and I think the blue and the off belt surface to the forefront of this class and do so pretty handily. And I think there's some similarities in terms of being bigger scaled, bigger outlined kind of show barrows, and I'm good with that. The young lady's blue barrow that starts the class, I think one that's so correct in terms of his angulation, his length of hip, and just I think where he has the advantage over the barrow that comes in two is just his ability to stay comfortable out here. I think he trumps him in that area, and then when I get right on top of him, I just read that one as having more outward turn and curvature to his forerib. That's a really, really good blue barrow to go ahead and win this particular drive. One that comes next, awesome kind of head, great big forearm, one that reaches far in some areas in terms of stoutness and being extra heavy skeleton. He reads a little shorter about his hip and rump, and as a result, again, I don't feel like we drove him an overly long time out here. He just becomes too compromised in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. I didn't read him to quite to be as robust through his forerib and his mid-body there, but again, more importantly, it's just his ability to maybe not stay as collected out of his hip and rear leg is what the blue barrow that wins this class does. One that comes in three, awesome rib and body shape, just a really proportional kind of barrow from the side view profile. I didn't think he had as many extras in terms of just his feature or in terms of his look, and then kind of a pet peeve of mine, I got to clean him up back there through his nodes and his rear flank region, but again, just a meat and potatoes, a really practical, sound kind of an individual to go ahead and land in the three hole here. Tall-shouldered, really fresh, well-presented one that comes next. He reads a little more upright in terms of the angle to his blade, and then he's another one that just wants to flatten through his mid-body there ever so slightly. I get right in behind him and study him going away. He just kind of wants to stab and go, and I thought of the initial three or four, he was the most disappointing in terms of just a flare to his hip and stifle. I've got to give him more in the seat of his pants as he goes away. The one that comes next is one that does come with just more chest. He comes with more flare to his hip and stifle. He's incredibly good about his body cavity. He's just too piecey in the way it all fits together right there through his ham-loin junction. I've got to smooth him up and just make him more seamless in the way that ties together, but that's a heavy muscled one that can get out here and motor, a really tall-shouldered, sleek-looking one from shoulder blade forward. He's got to be more collected out of his hip and rear leg. We continue to work through these, the young people and their families continue to drive us a good set of pigs as they've done all day. Let's continue to show them our appreciation as they head back to the barn.
Results of class number 12. In 10th place, Creed Klein. 9th went to Brinley Coriel. 8th place, Colton Fields. 7th went to Annie Dameron. 6th place, Luke Charles. 5th place went to Brooklyn Bunch. 4th was Braden Bowers. Ellie Mae Wilkes was 3rd. Cade Jackson was 2nd. And 1st place was Tatum Beck Price. Next in the ring is Class 13. Class 13 next in the ring. First call for class number 14. First call, class number 14. Second call for class number 14. Second call. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors in the ring that will be excused at this time. Thank you. Briley Wade and Elena Shupik. Briley Wade and Elena Shupik. We need you to report to the holding area for class number 14.
Well, I think really interesting as we get into these heavier weights. Man, the good ones continue to come. Yet, when we run into some problems, maybe those problems become that much more evident. Just plain and simple, when I step off to the side of these and just watch them come and go, the young lady's Calico Barrow just reads better in terms of his proportionality, in terms of where he sits at the point of his shoulder, in terms of the way his spine sits in him. And then as you watch him hinge and go, he just stays more collected in terms of the way he goes out of his hip and rear leg. He hinges more comfortably out of his shoulder. I'm not telling you that he's absolutely the most extreme one in any one area, but again, his balance, his look, his symmetry, all those things, no doubt work in his favor and allow him to go ahead and be the class winner. The ones that comes in two, that is an incredible kind of a rib cage. He's really soft and pliable through his mid-body, yet he maintains a good symmetrical look in terms of his underline. I got to tweak him right at his knee when he comes right at me, but more importantly, it's this view for me. When I get off to the side of him, he just kind of wants to run downhill a little bit and maybe gets just a little easier in his spine from time to time. I just can't get him to balance up as well as what the class winner does from the side view profile out here today. The one that comes in three, honestly, I had him anywhere from first to third in this particular drive because I think, again, his length of body, his moderation in terms of his length of body maybe hits me as a little more suitable than both of the barrows ahead of him. I read him to be the flattest through his rib and his mid-body, and then when I got right on top of him, I just couldn't get him to come with as much horsepower as those two ahead of him. If you want to make a case for him in terms of his balance and build, I get it, but I've got to see more horsepower when I get right up on him. Young lady did a nice job of sticking with it there. One that comes next, I bet was an incredibly wild-looking baby pig. His head, his neck, his presence up front, his stoutness of jaw, and the way it ties into the base of his chest is next level good. He just gets a little shorter off of both ends of his skeleton, maybe not shorter up front, but he gets a little more upright in terms of the angle to his blade. He gets just a little shorter and steeper out of his hip and rump. He doesn't stay as coordinated and as collected in his skeleton as those ones we've got directly ahead of him. The blue one that comes next, a really good centered, thick-centered barrow that reads wide true. through and squares, he goes directly away from me. I've got to modify him just a bit when he comes at me from chest, knee to ground. And then when I get right off to the side of him, I didn't read him to be as extended about his head and neck. Then I'd sure like to stouten him just a fraction about his jaw. One that comes next, I've got to blend him just differently through his ham-loin junction and just intensify him from a bone and structure standpoint. Again, incredibly good class, quality represented top to bottom. If you've got a young person out here, man, you should be proud. Let's show them our appreciation as I head back to the barn.
Results of class number 13. In 10th place, Kinley McCoy. 9th went to Ellie Mae Wilkes. 8th place. Eighth place was Colton Rodriguez. 7th is Brooklyn Flinker. 6th place, DeRay Naranjo. 5th place went to Fletcher Inman. 4th was Riley Rogers. 3rd was Braylon Pollard. 2nd, Caden Mason. And the winner of Class 13, Bailey Stromberger. Class 14 is in the ring, entering the ring. First call for class number 15. First call for class number 15. Second call, second call. Class 15, second call. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for the exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you.
another good class of these heavies, I believe next to last class. And, as we start to get into some of these bigger ones or more mature ones, maybe age and maturity starts to work to some of their disadvantage, maybe just a fraction. I think a little of that maybe could go with our class winner. He reads just a little drier through his forerib and mid-body, but I think without a doubt of the initial trio, he's the best skeletoned one. He reaches and goes better out of his shoulder blade. He's longer and leveler out of his hip and rump, and he just stays more collected in terms of the way he hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg. You get right on top of him, he'll impress you in terms of just the amount of shape and muscle he's got feeding out of the backside of his blade. I'd freshen his body just a shade, but again, I thought his function, his comfort level, his athleticism allowed him to go ahead and beat a very well presented bear that comes in two. If you want to make a case for the bear that comes in two in terms of he's maybe a fraction heavier boned and just reads fresher about his body cavity, I think that argument could be listened to, because he is better in that regard. He's a bigger rib, just softer centered one. He read a little more upright off of both ends of his skeleton, his shoulder set, and then just his length of hip. He didn't stay as comfortable and collected in terms of the way he just hinges and goes out of his hip and rear leg, but I certainly admire just the freshness and the extra feature that one brings to the table. One that comes next is loose hinged off of both ends of his skeleton. He's another one of those pigs that I alluded to, their age and their maturities maybe starting to work to their disadvantage just a little bit. I'd freshen him up through his forerib and mid-body, and in comparison to the bear right ahead of him, when he drives right at me, I've got to square him from his chest, knee to ground, but that's a very well presented, well driven one. My compliments to that young man. A lot of the same could be said the one that comes next in terms of freshness and presentation. He's absolutely dialed in terms of his skin and hair. He's a big armed, really stout jawed kind of a show barrel. In my opinion, he just reads too short out of his hip and rump, and as a result just wants to search outside of his body wall, particularly with his left rear. But again, that's a unique individual in terms of one to be that big and bold and that fresh at this particular stage of the game. I've just got to re-coordinate him there out of his hip and rear leg. Another fresh one that comes next, and certainly you could make the argument to have him a little higher from that standpoint, but same kind of song and dance as the one that just preceded him in class. I like him in that regard. When we talk about freshness, I've just got to re-coordinate him out of his hip and rear leg. One that comes next there, certainly one we could freshen up just a bit in terms of his back shape and muscularity. Wild looking blue one that comes next, height to shoulder, head shape, and just front end assembly's good. He's got to be sounder out of his hip and rear leg. We continue to work down, certainly one there that's worthy of mention. That's an awesome tail. That's a stout, rugged one. He's just got to be sounder out here today. Good class. My compliments to the young people. Let's give him a nice hand as a head back.
Results of class number 14. In 10th place, London Dean. 9th went to Savannah Hinton. 8th, Briley Wade. 7th place, Madeline Lindy. 6th place went to Boston Bangert. 5th, Elena Shupak. 4th place, Riley Rogers. 3rd went to Fisher Waldrop. 2nd to Grant Schilling. And the winner of class 14, Cade Jackson. Class 15 entering the ring at this time. Upon completion of class 15, we will go to the Division III championship. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Upon completion of the Division III champion drive, we're going to tell you what the time we're going off of. You got a half hour. Premier exhibitors, you will meet in these bleachers to my left for the premier exhibitor meeting that you have to go to. It's mandatory to go into the sale. So if you made the sale, you will meet here 30 minutes after the completion of the champion Division III selection, and you'll meet right over here in the stands to my left for the class. First call for Division III champion. First call for Division III champion. Upon completion of the division champion, we'll bring back in the champion reserve of Division 1, 2, and 3 for the champion crossbred. Second call for Division III championship. Second call for Division III championship. First and seconds out of 11, 12, 13, and 14 report back to the holding area for the champion drive, Division III champion drive. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, show your appreciation for these exhibitors being excused from the ring at this time. Thank you. Tension in the barn, tension in the barn. The market hogs that don't make sale have to be out of here at 9 o'clock this evening. 9 o'clock this evening. If you didn't make sale, your animals need to be gone. Thank you. Last call for Division 3. Last call for the Division 3 Champion Drive. Last call. First and second out of class 11, 12, 13, and 14. Please report to the holding area.
We work through this final heavyweight class. I think we've got a really good kind of way to end. Young lady there on the far side drives a stouty that's still good built. You start at the tip of that thing's nose and study him through his jaw and his forearm. He's so stout, yet he's loose hinged out of his shoulder blade and front end. He's really appropriate in terms of just the fill to the center portion of his body. You get right on top of him, and he trumps the other two barrels behind him in terms of just his shape and spread up high. You get right in behind him, he stays wide, true, and square. I think that's a really easy place to go ahead and start in this class, in my opinion. Young lady that comes in second, absolutely incredible skin and hair. I love the muscle texture to this barrel and the way it's draped on his skeleton. He's just not as loose hinged off either end of his skeleton. He's just not as stout featured or as comfortable as the barrel that wins this class. But young lady He's done an incredible job out here today. My compliments to her. Young man that comes out of 3, apologize to him. We didn't get him right back out here right away, but certainly glad we did because that pig represents quality. He's tall-shouldered. He's flat back. He's got some muscle and freshness at this particular stage of the game. He maybe reads a little more upright in terms of the angle to his blade. He reads a little drier through his forerib and mid-body, but his proportions, his look, his muscularity, all those things certainly work to his advantage, allow him to get into the top end of this drive. Blue Barrel that comes next paints an awesome silhouette from the side view profile. He's extended, he's flat backed, he's long and level out of his hip and rump. I thought of the initial 4 when I get right up on him. He's good in terms of the depth to the midsection of his body. I got to give him more curvature and just turn to his forerib. Then I'd like to crease him up just a bit in terms of his shape and freshness up high. But again, a really good looking one from the side view profile. Really practical, functional, kind of a wider belted one that comes next. He gets into the top end of this class just from a comfort level and athleticism standpoint. He gives you a good look from the side. He's just got to have more meat animal, market animal shape when I get up on high, but certainly one that is good in his own right. We continue to work through the rest of the class here. One that we got sent to the scale needs more feature and forearm. One that comes next, the pair of them that come next get just a little rounder out of their hip and rump, but certainly hogs you appreciate for still having muscle at this stage of the game. Then we just run into some structural issues, some freshness issues as we round out the class. Awesome way to round out our day here with the last class. My compliments to those exhibitors. Nice job.
Cade Jackson, we need your first place for class 14 into the holding area for the champion division. Class 15 results. In 10th place, Gertie Dudley. 9th went to Brayley Cooper. 8th, Lindsey Nielsen. 7th place, Brooklyn Mayfield. 6th went to Brecken Kisling. 5th place, Hayes Heiner. 4th place went to Cade Backman. 3rd place, Cash Stone. 2nd was Neely Pritchard, and the winner of class number 15 was Maria Frash. We ready? Second place, this is the Division III championship. 2nd place in class 11, Addison Scott. 2nd place in class 12, Cade Jackson. 2nd place in class 13, Caden Mason. 2nd place in class 14, Grant Schilling. And 2nd place in class 15, Neely Pritchard. 1st place in class number 11, Bailey Stromberger. 1st place in class number 12, Tatum Beck Price. 1st place in class number 13, Kinley McCoy. No, excuse me. 1st place in class 13 is Bailey Stromberger again. Bailey Stromberger. Sorry, Bailey. 1st place in class 14, Cade Jackson. And 1st place in class 15, Maria Frash. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion drive for Division III. First call for the champion drive of the Crossbreds. First need champion reserve, Division I and Division II. Report back to the holding area. That'll be for champion drive Crossbred. Champion drive of the Crossbreds. Attention in the barn, make sure you go to the QR code for sign out. QR code for signing out tonight.
Well, as we've continued to do all day, let's show these young people our appreciation. No easy task to win a class at the National Western. It comes down to a trio of them. For me, I think the Blue Barrel, he's getting a little heated, but I think that's one that comes into contention. I think the Calico right here in front of me comes into contention. Then I think that Stouty out of the last class comes in contention. I think those are the three that use their skeletons the best. I think within that trio, there's one that just comes with more extras in terms of bone, feature, and stoutness. Still stays as just comfortable as the day is long. Young ladies, Belted Bear right here is your heavyweight champion.
Your Division III champion goes to Maria Frash. Maria Frash is your Division III champion.
Well, I kind of alluded to liking the calico and the blue. I think one of them just, again, we didn't drive them overly long, sustains the drive longer, stays more collected, just stays more comfortable off of both ends of his skeleton. Young ladies, calico's your reserve heavy.
And your reserve champion is Bailey Stromberger. Bailey Stromberger is your reserve champion. We need to go to 5, yes.
We drop that next one in, and he jumps right into the mix of things. I like that blue one a bunch. Again, it's unfortunate that he's heated up out here, but when I think he's fresh and you get a good look at him, he's just so hard to poke a major hole in. He's your 3rd overall.
Third is Tatum Beck Price. Tatum Beck Price is number 3. Cade Jackson is 4th. Cade Jackson is 4th. Caden Mason is 5th. Okay, this is for champion crossbred. We need both champion and reserve. Champion and reserve in the lightweight division. Champion and reserve in the lightweight division. You need to report to the holding area for champion crossbred. Champion and reserve, Division 1. Champion and reserve in Division 1, please report back to the holding area for champion crossbred. I had to get the paperwork. I didn't have the names until just now. Division 2, reserve champions Madeline Gray, and champion is who? Sutton Straka. Okay. Yeah, got that. Division 3. Champion crossbred, here we go. Reserve champion in the Division 1, Madeline Norvell. Reserve champion in Division 2. I guess we're champion in Division 1. Reserve champion in Division 2 is Bailey Stromberger. No. Madeline Gray is reserve champion in Division 2. Reserve champion in Division 3 is Bailey Stromberger. Champion in Division 1, Carlina Tannen. Champion in Division 2, Sutton Straka. And champion in Division 3, Maria Frosch. This is for champion crossbred. Champion crossbred.
Well, you guys out here driving them, if you want to park them for just a minute, I promise I won't be too long-winded, but I know this is probably as many people as I'll get to talk to, because people need to get home. They need to scatter and get on down the road after this. But first and foremost, to the staff here at Denver, this is a bucket list one. Thank you, guys. Secondly, I will assure you these people here at the National Western have you at the forefront of their thoughts as they go through this process. Anytime there's a brand new facility, there's going to be hiccups, but look at what you got to go work with going forward in terms of facility. And I will assure you, if your day was ruined because your chair busted or you fell out of your chair, you're just too negative of a person, and you should have a different outlook on life. So stay positive. Man, it's no small task to put this thing on. So this show's run seamlessly for the people back here in the back making it happen. Let's put our hands together and thank them one more time. You can fire these things back up out here. They're all my kind. Man, we started with a bang in terms of that lightweight and just continued to go all the way through. There's one that it's hard to make them this stout and then keep them that comfortable in terms of the way this one just hinges and goes. He happens to come out of the last class of the day. Young lady right there has got a champion.
Champion crossbred is Maria Frash. Maria Frash is your champion crossbred.
Well, so we get ready to tie your reserve out here. I'll be honest with you. I've considered every single one of these, and I sincerely mean that, all the way down to that lightweight. That's a dang good little pig. You know, the middleweight, I've had that one kind of stuck in the back of my mind as the one to beat. He maybe gets just a little tied up and starts to camp outside of his body when he comes back out here. That heavyweight, just so fresh, so comfortable, so square in his chest, so functional out of his hip and rear leg. I'm not going to tell you he's the most extreme one in any area out here, but I think he's just the one that's hardest to poke a major hole in. Reserve heavyweights. Reserve.
And your reserve champion crossbred goes to Bailey Stromberger. Bailey Stromberger is your reserve champion. Six thirty. The premier exhibitor will meet right here in these bleachers right over here. 6:30 is the meeting for the premier exhibitors. If you made sale, you need to be at that meeting. It's mandatory. 6:30 right over here.